The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by the guest chaplain, Pastor Clark Boser from Willow Park Baptist Church in Willow Park, Texas.
Let's pray. Our Father, how grateful we are for the privilege it's ours to gather here today, and how thankful we are for your Son, the living Lord Jesus Christ, God, who is the hope of the world. We're thankful that, God, we can confess our sins and know that, God, we cannot save ourselves, and that, God, we can turn to your Son, the Lord Jesus. He said, whosoever shall call upon the name of the Lord shall be saved, and we thank you for that. And God, how we thank you for the privilege it's ours to know him as Savior and Lord of our lives, and God, to live in a country where we're free. And God, we're free because of men and women who go around the world and who for freedom, God, fight and live and die so that, God, we can have moments like this in our lives. And God, how I pray today that you'd protect our military. I pray you'd bless those men and women all around the world, that they'd know your favor, they'd know your blessings. And God, for the men and women who make up our Congress, would you put your hand upon them? You said, if any man lack wisdom, let him ask of God that giveth all men liberally. So God, would you give them wisdom? Would you give them your favor? Would you give them your anointing? God, would you let them know about life and where it begins and where it ends? And God, who's the giver of life? And that would be you. And so God, I pray today that, God, you'd help us to know that your word says, suffer the little children to come unto me, for of such is the kingdom of God. And God, would you remind us of what your word says in 2 Chronicles, where it says, if my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, it says, then will I hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and heal their land. God, remind us that righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a reproach to any people. So God, put your hand on us today as a nation. God, give us your mercy. God, give us your grace. God, give us your favor. And God, especially today as Congress meets, would you put your hand on them and let them know that, God, one day all of us will answer to you. One day all of us will give an accounting of our lives and our decisions to you. And God, in advance, I want you to know that we love you. And God, we praise you. And God, we thank you for your Son, Jesus Christ, because it's in his name that we do pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Without objection, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today to welcome my dear friend, Pastor Clark Boser, to our nation's capital for the distinct honor of opening the House floor in prayer. For nearly 2 decades, Pastor Boser has led Willow Park Baptist Church in the great state of Texas, where my family and I have been blessed to know him, and under his leadership, our church has flourished and countless lives have been transformed. His ability to deliver the Word of God across all walks of life leaves a lasting impact on so many. It is an honor to have Pastor Boser here with us today. My prayer is that he inspires us all in his prayer through his words as we work for the American people. In God we trust. I yield back.
The chair will now entertain up to 5 further requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate Cadet Colonel Corey Madakjovich on earning the General Carl A. Spatz Award. The Spatz Award is Civil Air Patrol's highest cadet honor. Since 1964, the Spatz Award has been presented to cadets who have demonstrated excellence in leadership, character, fitness, and aerospace education. Cadets qualify for this prestigious award after progressing through 16 achievements in the CAP cadet program. Along the way, they develop self-discipline, leadership abilities, and the foundations necessary for pursuing a career in aviation, space, or technology. Recently, Howard native Cadet Colonel Corey Madakjovich earned his Spatz Award. He is among only 2,559 individuals to have achieved this honor. Along with the Spatz Award, Colonel Matajovich is an exceptional student and athlete, ranking in the top % of his class and competing in 3 varsity sports. Mr. Speaker, through the years of hard work, discipline, and leadership, Colonel Matajovich has exemplified the core values of the Civil Air Patrol and inspired those around him. Receiving a Spats Award is no small feat, and I commend Colonel Matajovich for his dedication. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and your advice and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last week we learned that the Port of Houston will receive more than $25 million in a grant to support critical infrastructure improvements. This funding will enhance export capacity, reduce emissions, and create good-paying jobs across the Houston region. This is more than just a grant. It's a commitment to the safety, sustainability, and economic strength of Houston and its surrounding communities. Mr. Speaker, this milestone was made possible by the bipartisan infrastructure law, which marks its 3rd anniversary last week. Thank you, Mr. President. When we passed that law, we responded to the call of Americans who are ready to get back to work. They were ready to invest in communities and neighborhoods all across the nation. They were ready to build a better tomorrow. We are doing that in the greater Houston region. We are putting people over politics. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
From Texas seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today with immense pride to honor the incredible achievement of Ernest Cervantes and David Kirkland, the talented owners of Burnt Bean Company, a barbecue restaurant in Seguin, Texas. They were recently presented with the prestigious Bib Gordman Award during the inaugural Michelin Guide Texas ceremony in Houston. This recognition places Burnt Bean Company among an elite group of 45 distinguished establishments across Texas. Ernest and David's dedication and passion have not only earned them this award, but also 3 James Beard Award nominations in the past, affirming Burnt Bean Company's place as culinary leaders in our nation. Today, we celebrate Burnt Bean Company as a beacon of hard work, creativity, and excellence that continues to put Seguin and Texas on the map. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Feeling generous today.
Today, I celebrate Senator Art Haywood's 10th anniversary in the Pennsylvania State Senate. Senator Haywood is not only my former colleague, but also a longtime friend and neighbor. In fact, we both have the privilege of representing Pennsylvania's 4th Congressional District, he in Harrisburg and I in Washington. Ignited by President Obama's 2008 campaign and aided by a savvy friend, Senator Haywood got in the arena. He became one of the first of 2 African-American township commissioners on the Cheltenham Board of Commissioners in 2009, eventually serving as board president. As state senator, Art dutifully serves Abington, Cheltenham, Jenkintown, Rockledge, and Springfield in our shared Montgomery County, as well as Mount Airy, Germantown, West Oak Lane, Logan, and Chestnut Hill in Philadelphia. In Harrisburg, Art tackles issues at the heart of his communities: voting rights, gun violence, homelessness, poverty, including his years-long advocacy to raise the minimum wage. When he's not fighting for us, you might find Art riding his bike and connecting with neighbors. Together with his wife, Julie, co-chair of the Cheltenham School District, the Haywoods are community
time
leaders.
has expired.
Congratulations, Art. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask for unanimous
unanimous consent to address the House and for 1 minute to revise and extend my.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate National Apprenticeship Week, a time to recognize the value of hands-on training and the incredible opportunities of apprenticeships that are offered to American workers and businesses. As a strong believer in the dignity of hard work and the power of education, I know that apprenticeships serve as a vital bridge between learning and earning. They empower individuals to gain valuable skills in industries that form the backbone of our American economy, all the while earning a paycheck and building a lifelong career. Whether in AI technology, cybersecurity, construction, or countless other fields, these programs open pathways of success for countless Americans. In South Florida and across the nation, apprenticeships transform lives and strengthen our communities. Apprenticeships are not just investments in the people of our community, they are investments in America's competitiveness on the global stage. On this 10th anniversary of National Apprenticeship Week, let us continue to champion programs that open doors for young people and working families so that we can build a stronger, more skilled workforce for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it is an honor to present the City of Livonia in the beautiful 12th Congressional District with $1.25 million and community project funding for their new Senior Wellness Center. There are 30,000 seniors who are 60 or older living in the City of Livonia, and this facility will provide them with better quality of life, as also providing accessible resources and services and programs. Earlier this year, I was honored to attend the groundbreaking with the new project with Mayor Brosnan and a number of other elected officials. Our seniors have played a vital role in shaping our communities, especially communities like Livonia. And it is our responsibility to ensure that they retire with dignity, respect, and access to the resources they need. To all my seasoned residents in Livonia and throughout the Michigan 12th Congressional District, I'm honored to be able to fight for you in Congress. We'll continue to always have your back. I yield.
Yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. New York has a long and distinguished history of supporting our service members and veterans, from the battlefields of the Revolutionary War to those serving today at Fort Drum, Niagara Falls Air Reserve Station. It is our duty to honor these courageous individuals in New York 24. We especially remember the members of our armed services who have been wounded in combat and awarded the Purple Heart, a symbol of the highest form of service and sacrifice to our country. The Purple Heart Memorial in Niagara County and the Purple Heart municipalities along the New York State Purple Heart Trail help ensure that their bravery is recognized and preserved for generations. Today, I rise to advance these efforts by officially proclaiming New York's 24th Congressional District as a Purple Heart Congressional District. This designation will place New York 24 on the New York State Purple Heart Trail, preserving the legacy of Purple Heart recipients for generations. It is a tribute to the exceptional men and women who have sacrificed for our nation and a reminder to never forget the true cost of freedom. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor and remember Lieutenant Commander Lindsay Miley Evans and Lieutenant Serena Doug Weilman, two naval aviators who died during a routine training flight near Mount Rainier on October 15th. Lieutenant Commander Evans and Lieutenant Weilman were exemplary leaders who deeply believed in their country, their mission, and their fellow naval aviators. Both natives of California, Lieutenant Commander Evans and Lieutenant Weilman proudly served their country with the Electronic Attack Squadron, or VAQ-130, also known as the Zappers, which is based at Naval Air Station Whidbey Island in my district. Both recently returned from a 9-month deployment at sea, distinguishing themselves in combat operations to defend U.S. and coalition forces and ensure freedom of navigation in the Red Sea and the Middle East. In a tribute to Lieutenant Commander Evans and Lieutenant Weilman, Naval Air Station Whidbey Island wrote that beyond their names and ranks, they were role models, trailblazers, and women who influenced and touched countless people on the flight deck and well beyond. My sympathies are with the families of Lieutenant Commander Evans and Lieutenant Weilman during this very difficult time, and on behalf of my constituents, I thank them for their service and sacrifice. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to remember a giant of the legal world, Ted Olson. It may seem odd that a Democrat would stand on the floor of the House of Representatives to honor this rock-ribbed Republican lawyer. Remember, this is the man who successfully argued Bush v. Gore and later represented the Bush administration before the Supreme Court. But Mr. Olson's conservative vision did not come at the expense of those who some of his peers sought to relegate to the margins. He stood up for people like Dreamers and LGBTQ+ Americans because he understood that everyone had the right to pursue the American dream. I'm personally grateful that he took up and won Hollingsworth v. Perry, the case that overturned California's Proposition 8 and restored marriage equality to my home state of California. As we honor Mr. Olson, I remain hopeful that my Republican friends will honor his vision for conservatism, one that brings people together and not divides them. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1576, I call up the bill H.R. 9495, the Stop Terror Financing and Tax Penalties on American Hostages Act, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 616, H.R. 9495, a bill to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to postpone tax deadlines and reimburse paid late fees for United States nationals who are unlawfully or wrongfully detained or held hostage abroad, to terminate their tax-exempt status of terrorist-supporting organizations and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1576, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Ways and Means printed in the bill is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett, each will control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous material on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 9495, the Stop Terror Financing and Tax Penalties on American Hostages Act. This legislation ends the flow of tax subsidies to any U.S. nonprofit that has clearly violated its tax-exempt status by providing material support to terrorist organizations. At the same time, this bill ends the unfair treatment of Americans who are held hostage by terrorist organizations or wrongfully detained by foreign governments, by ensuring that when they return home, they are not dealing with penalties from the IRS for past due taxes owed from the time that they were held in captivity. To be clear, we were here just last week to consider the same piece of legislation. This piece of legislation received unanimous approval by the Ways and Means Committee and contains provisions that already passed this House with overwhelming bipartisan support and received unanimous consent in the U.S. Senate. And yet, despite that consistent showing of bipartisan support, the majority of our Democrat colleagues voted last week to block passage of this bill. Why? Why did they block passage of this bill? Because President Trump won the election. Don't take my word for it. Our Democrat colleagues said it themselves on this very House floor. This very House floor. Nevertheless, we are back here today to consider this bill under a rule so that we can advance this common sense policy despite the partisan antics we witnessed last week. Those who opposed this legislation last week invented all sorts of excuses. We heard a number of fear-mongering scenarios under which they now believe the authorities in this bill might be abused. But every concern raised by Democrats has been addressed in this bill to ensure due process and to protect legitimate nonprofits. Moreover, instead of engaging in the myths we hear from the other side, we have real-world examples that show why this bill is desperately needed to end the tax-exempt status of organizations that have provided material support to terrorists. As I noted last week, we have evidence of a U.S.-based tax-exempt entity that helped fund the hiring of a so-called journalist whose real day job was working for Hamas and holding Israeli hostages in his home. There is also the U.S.-based tax-exempt organization that financially sponsors a foreign entity that the Biden Treasury Department has designated a sham charity because of its support for terrorism. And yet, both of those U.S.-based nonprofits still enjoy tax-exempt status under the Biden administration. In fact, this week, I once again called on the IRS to revoke the tax-exempt status of the organization supporting that fake charity because the Biden administration has yet to do so. In no circumstances, not one circumstance, should the U.S. taxpayer be asked to subsidize this activity by allowing such organizations to retain their tax-exempt preferential status. Unlike the made-up stories our colleagues told last week, and that they will no doubt continue to tell this week, this is the reality. And there is absolutely no excuse for it, Mr. Speaker. Congress must act to stop the abuse of our tax code that is funding terrorism around the world. We must act to end the unfair tax treatment of Americans who have already suffered enough and whose families have suffered enough from being held hostage or wrongfully detained abroad. This is the right thing to do, and I encourage my colleagues to do the right thing and support this legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would yield myself 4 minutes at this time.
The gentleman is recognized for 4 minutes.
This is the death penalty bill that we're considering today, the bill that empowers Donald Trump to extinguish the life of any nonprofit, of any civic society group, which happens to be on his enemies list. Authoritarianism is not born overnight. It creeps in. It erodes our freedoms. A tyrant tightens his grip, not just by seizing power, but when he demands new powers and those who can stop him willingly cede and bend to his will. Opposing terrorism and hostage taxation, truly, those are not even issues this morning. But fascism is. And today we must show that we are more than a speed bump on the path, on the march to fascism. Of course we oppose terrorism and all who support terrorists. That's why it's already a federal criminal offense to provide material support for terrorism or foreign entities that are supporting or engaged in terrorism. Tax-exempt organizations are already prohibited from engaging in illegal activity. What current law does not prohibit, however, is the type of sweeping power advocated today to enact a revenge campaign and silence any nonprofit or public media outlet that may criticize Donald Trump, assist the many innocent people he demonizes, or those who simply don't offer enough support to satisfy him. There are so many groups in America, almost 300, that have expressed their concern about this bill and their opposition to it. Nor does anyone who oppose protection of American hostages from tax penalties. The chairman is absolutely correct about one tiny thing. A part of this bill has been approved by unanimous consent by the United States Senate. That's the part that he won't let us consider today as a freestanding bill, which as late as Monday we tried again to have presented here because we could have unanimous consent here to protect those hostages. No, what he is doing is holding the hostage tax provision hostage in order to provide more power to Donald Trump. And Chairman Smith did not bother to disclose to this House that on October 1st of this year, the Internal Revenue Service renewed relief for taxpayers affected by terrorist attacks, postponing the hostages tax filings and payment deadlines. Without our approving even the legislation we support, hostages would not face penalties or interest costs. As to the over 290 groups that are opposing this legislation and calling for a no vote, they recognize the danger that it poses. Today, colleagues, what I would do is urge you to believe more in Donald Trump. Believe what he says. Listen when he says the press is the enemy of the people. Listen to him when he declares, I am your justice, I am your retribution. Listen to him when he says he will be a dictator on day one. Trump will not use this provision being provided today as a shield to protect us from some foreign terrorism. He will use it as a sword against those he views as his political enemies. Today's vote is a chance for this House to take Trump at his word. A no vote signals that we will not be accomplices in turning threats into reality. If this bill were to become law, we would hand him a bludgeon for a crusade against those who he deems the greatest danger to America, what he calls the enemy within. A unilateral designation by the President-elect through his Treasury Secretary would mean immediate revocation.
The gentleman's time has expired.
I yield myself an additional 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized for an additional minute.
Through the Treasury Secretary, he would be given the power to have immediate revocation of the tax-exempt status, an effective death penalty for nonprofits. An appeal after the tax-exempt status is taken away is no relief at all. The President would not be required to provide the reasons for the decision or the evidence upon which he relied. And it is not just Trump imposing a death sentence that should concern us, but it is his power to intimidate, to threaten to eliminate a hospital, to eliminate a community nonprofit press entity, to eliminate those who give aid to immigrants. The fear of that removal, that death penalty, that intimidation is what would do great damage to American civil society. Clearly, the bill would have a chilling effect on any group that has the audacity to criticize his dark vision. So surely the first rule of confronting a wannabe tyrant is not to provide him more tools to achieve that tyranny. I yield back. I reserve the balance of my time.
The chair would remind members, despite the passion with which we might use to debate an important piece of legislation, that we are to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president and president-elect, suggesting dictatorship or the elimination of human lives should be considered seriously. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to point out that the reason why this chamber cannot take up the bill that was passed by the United States Senate to make sure there's not penalties for hostages is because of a thing called the U.S. Constitution. It's called Article 1, Section 7, that says all revenue measures must come from the House of Representatives. So that is why we are doing this piece of legislation. I yield as much time as she may consume to the gentle lady from New York, Miss Tenney.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 9495, the Stop Terror Financing and Tax Penalties on American Hostages Act, which has been the subject of political hysteria since the election of President Trump on November 5th. I want to be clear to my Democratic colleagues, most of whom supported Congressman Kustoff's legislation last April, about what this bill actually does. The bill does two things. It allows the IRS to waive penalties for late taxes on Americans held hostage abroad. While the IRS can waive penalties on the back end when the taxpayer returns home, this would allow them to do it on the front end to ensure that returning hostages and their families who have endured unimaginable hardship don't have the burden of having to deal with it upon return. It directs the IRS to revoke the tax-exempt status of a nonprofit found to be providing financial support to a terrorist organization. Right now, an entity must be deemed a terrorist organization itself to lose its tax-exempt status. This bill says that if a nonprofit provides material support to a designated terrorist group, they will also lose that status. This bill and parts of this bill has received strong bipartisan support on multiple occasions from this Congress. H.R. 9495 passed unanimously out of Ways and Means in September by a vote of 38-0, including and with the support of the ranking member, Richie Neal, along with Mr. Doggett. The portion of this bill to terminate the tax-exempt status of nonprofit organizations supporting terrorist groups, H.R. 6408, led by my fabulous colleague, Representative Kustoff, also passed unanimously out of Ways and Means last year as a standalone bill by a vote of 41-0, and the House passed it overwhelmingly by a vote of 382-11. That's resounding in my book. Legislation preventing the IRS from imposing fines and tax penalties on Americans held hostage upon their return was approved by unanimous consent in the Senate. It is shameful that Democrats that supported this common sense position are now opposing it and citing the election of President Trump as the reason, and also manufacturing concerns about the targeting of nonprofits' tax-exempt status for unrelated purposes. I want to clarify, Treasury can only revoke tax-exempt status under this legislation if the nonprofit in question is providing material support to terrorist groups designated under long-standing statutory standards. There are no changes to those standards or the executive branch's ability to make those designations. There is even an opportunity to cure included in this bill, where the organization can make reasonable efforts to recoup funds given to the terrorist organization, imagine that, given to a terrorist organization, and certify in writing to Treasury that they will not provide any further support to said organization, and they will not lose their nonprofit status. Organizations abusing tax-exempt status to funnel money to terrorist organizations has been a pervasive issue, which was exposed by Chairman Smith's ongoing investigation into various nonprofit groups' ties to foreign terrorist organizations. This is a crucial time for Congress to act and to make it clear that we stand for our fellow citizens who have endured unthinkable circumstances abroad, like my constituent, Ryan Corbett of Dansville, New York. He is husband to Anna and father to Anna. He and his wife Anna are father to 3 children, Ketsia, Miriam, and Caleb. Today marks the 834th day since he has wrongfully been detained by the Taliban in a 9 by 9 foot cell. It is a tragic situation. In closing, I urge my colleagues, especially my Democratic colleagues, not to put their hatred of President Trump, and I dare say Trump derangement syndrome. By the way, there's no vaccine and no cure that we know of right now for that, which is obvious from what we're seeing on the other side. And let's not put the needs of terrorist adversaries ahead of helping American hostages and their families, stopping the flow of cash to terrorists that are actively working to harm the United States by supporting H.R. 9495. I urge my colleagues to grab some common sense and allow this bill to pass and put some relief finally in the hands of the people who greatly need it, those in harm's way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, before calling on my colleague to speak, I would yield myself 15 seconds to respond because the gentlewoman well knows that...
The gentleman is recognized for 15 seconds.
Thank you. The gentlewoman well knows that at that very hearing, when we chose not to block her bill from coming to the floor, I raised the same concerns as did Mr. Byer that we have today and asked them to amend it, to provide due process in this bill, the very thing they've refused to do. With that, Mr. Speaker, I would ask for 3 minutes to be provided to our distinguished colleague who's in the same position from the Ways and Means Committee, Ms. Chu of California.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 9495, legislation that would grant dangerous new powers to allow the incoming administration to target its political enemies. Crucially, it's already illegal for anyone, including nonprofit organizations, to provide material support to foreign terrorist organizations. And prosecutors are already empowered to indict and convict individuals of terrorism charges based on evidence of wrongdoing. But this bill would create a new tool that allows the Treasury Secretary to mete out punishment for tax-exempt organizations based solely on accusations, even without evidence. Keeping in mind the President-elect's long crusade of vengeance and grievance, along with his announced cabinet nominations of his cronies and loyalists, my many constituents have been contacting my office all week, and they and I are very uncomfortable with the creation of this new power. There would be nothing to stop the incoming Trump administration from using this tool to cancel the tax-exempt status and therefore incapacitate any civil society or nonprofit organization with which the president disagrees. This could be an organization that provides legal support for immigrants facing mass deportations, or clinics that provide life-saving reproductive health care. While the bill does lay out a process for organizations to appeal the accusations brought by the Treasury Secretary and retain their tax-exempt status, there is little consolation when the final determination lies within the same secretary that made the accusations in the first place. And unfortunately, these dangerous, nonsensical provisions have been attached to unrelated legislation that would accomplish the very, very worthy goal of providing relief to American hostages for unfair tax penalties they incur while wrongfully detained abroad. The Senate has already passed this measure as a standalone bill unanimously. The House should follow suit by stripping the bill before us today of its controversial provisions to provide hostages and their families with the relief they deserve. But in its current form, I will vote no, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to insert into the record a September 24th, 2024 letter from the Committee on Ways and Means to the IRS that refers the Alliance for Global Justice to the IRS for revocation of its tax-exempt status.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Alliance of Global Justice, an Arizona-based tax-exempt organization, currently fiscally sponsors Sam Idun, a group which was recently designated as a sham charity and financial support of terrorists by what? The Biden Department of the Treasury. Despite this letter to the IRS, the alliance still maintains its tax-exempt status in the United States. This letter, coupled with their recent designation as a financial supporter of terrorist organizations, demonstrates the need for H.R. 9495 and the risk of not passing this legislation. I would also point out that, as the prior speaker said, that we should rip out the controversial legislation within this bill. That controversial piece of legislation passed this body by a vote of 382 to 11. Doesn't sound too controversial to me. I'm pleased to yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Kustoff.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to Chairman Smith. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 9495, the bill titled the Stop Terror Financing and Tax Penalties on American Hostages Act. I'm proud that it's a bipartisan bill, and in my opinion, it will make much-needed improvements to our tax code. I also do want to thank my colleagues, Representative Claudia Tenney from New York, Brad Snyder from Illinois, and Dina Titus from Nevada for joining me in introducing this legislation. And I do want to thank Chairman Jason Smith for his strong support and leadership with this bill. Mr. Speaker, today, right now, there are American citizens being held captive by terrorist groups and foreign adversaries. Under our current law, Americans who've been detained illegally abroad may be subject to certain tax penalties and IRS fees. It is our responsibility to bring these Americans home and, frankly, to fix this unacceptable flaw in the federal tax code. The last thing that Americans should have to deal with is more government tape and bureaucracy. H.R. 9495 also works to prevent tax abuse in our tax code. Since the horrific attack on Israel by Hamas, the Ways and Means Committee has investigated terror groups and bad actors that threaten the U.S. and our allies. One finding, Mr. Speaker, which should enrage all of us, is that there are tax-exempt nonprofits operating in the United States despite being suspected of providing support to terrorist groups such as Hamas. More recently, and I'm using this term in quotes, a journalist working for a publication called the Palestine Chronicle, which is part of a 501c3 tax-exempt organization based in the U.S., he was discovered holding Israeli hostages in his Gaza home. This is unacceptable. The financing of terrorism and extremism should not have preferential treatment under the U.S. tax code. I think this should be a no-brainer. This legislation will revoke the tax-exempt status of any organization found to have provided, here are the key words, material support or resources to a designated terrorist group within the past 3 years. I do want to note that this part of the bill was originally considered on this floor on April 15th of this year under Bill number 6408, H.R. 6408. The language in H.R. 6408 affecting these tax-exempt groups is the same language in the legislation that we're considering today. It did pass by a vote of 382 in favor to 11 against, which I think in the current political atmosphere is pretty remarkable. I also appreciate that there are a number of people who are speaking against this bill today who voted in favor of this bill, the former bill, H.R. 6408, on April 15th of this year. Obviously, a vote of 382 in favor and 11 against shows the resounding support of this body. And if there are any due process concerns, which we've been hearing about this morning, they existed in that bill on April the 15th. And yet there were only 11 people who voted no. I was glad to see this common sense legislation unanimously pass out of the Ways and Means Committee. Chairman Smith, in his remarks, termed it as common sense, and that's exactly what it is. So, Mr. Speaker, for all these reasons, I strongly urge my colleagues to support this important piece of legislation today. And with that, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would recognize my distinguished colleague from the Ways and Means Committee, Mr. Byer. 3 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also stand in opposition to this bill, which would provide the administration with sweeping unilateral authority to designate nonprofits as terror-supporting organizations and strip them of their tax-exempt status with no due process and without sufficient evidence. The authorities provided in this bill are unnecessary and dangerous in the wrong hands. The legislation would do nothing to improve our ability to combat terrorism, as there are already numerous legal mechanisms which effectively monitor and penalize nonprofits that provide support for terrorist organizations. No one in this institution wants a single dollar to find its way into the hands of a terrorist group, and it is inappropriate to suggest otherwise. But in the hands of responsible government, the powers provided by this bill are merely redundant. However, Mr. Speaker, history is uncertain. Democracies, even ours, wax and wane. Sometimes we have great presidents, sometimes we do not. And under the leadership of an unscrupulous authoritarian, it is not hard to imagine how an administration could use the powers in this bill to hinder or dismantle organizations that its leaders do not like. Mr. Speaker, some 15 years ago, before I was here, there was a huge controversy over the IRS under Barack Obama investigating nonprofit organizations that may not have actually been nonprofits, that they were political organizations, campaign organizations, promoting ideologies, doing nothing to help the American people. Turns out there were as many on the left doing this, perhaps, as on the right. However, my Republican friends were apoplectic about this because they said a president can unscrupulously cross out, take away our tax-exempt status of these NGOs that are our rightful thing. It is fair right now to consider that Democratic presidents, Republican presidents could misuse this power. I voted for it with concerns a couple of weeks ago, but that was before organization after organization has met with me, called my office, sent letters, community foundations across this region, hardly terror-supporting organizations terrified that their nonprofit status will be taken away from them unjustly and inappropriately. It is deeply unfortunate that this was matched with a very good common-sense legislation. Congresswoman Dina Titus, Claudia Tenney, and I on the postponing and fees for the taxpayers unlawfully detained as hostages. This is what passed the Senate overwhelmingly. So preparing this deeply controversial legislation that we have all woken up to the potential, not just because of Donald Trump, but because the nonprofits who could be affected by it are aware of its impact. It happened immediately right after it came out of Ways and Means. So for this reason, I urge my colleagues to oppose 9495 and hope that we can find a path forward to provide desperately needed relief for the Americans who have been wrongfully detained overseas. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Only in Washington is a bill that passed 382 to 11 considered deeply controversial. A bill that says U.S. tax dollars should not subsidize terrorist organizations. The other side views that as deeply controversial. That's a statement you just heard in the prior speaker. That's very, very unfortunate. That's what the American public is so upset with Washington, is that they're completely out of touch with reality. I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Estes.
Gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Well, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of a common sense bill that should receive unanimous support in the chamber today. H.R. 9495, the Stop Terror Financing and Tax Penalties on American Hostages Act. Our discussion today is against the backdrop of the atrocious attacks on Israel by Hamas terrorists more than a year ago. And while nearly 6,000 miles away from our nation's capital, 7 Americans, 3 of whom are presumed dead, are still held captive by Hamas. Mr. Speaker, I know this bill won't bring them home, but it does 2 critical things to prevent the support of terrorists and to provide some relief when our brothers and sisters do arrive back on U.S. soil. First, it ends the tax-exempt status of organizations that support terrorist groups like Hamas. This is a no-brainer. We shouldn't reward organizations that provide resources to terrorists or other terrorist-supported organizations. It's unconscionable to think that organizations supporting the savages who are holding American hostages would be in the same tax category as the Red Cross, the Salvation Army, or local churches throughout Kansas. The United States shouldn't be giving any incentive for organizations to be helpful for terrorists, period. Second, the bill addresses a lingering issue for survivors and their families when they do return home: harassment from the IRS. The Americans held hostage in Gaza and elsewhere throughout the globe have suffered enough and don't need their own government pursuing back taxes and fines upon their homecoming. Current law prevents the IRS from having authority to extend relief beyond a single year. This is insufficient. The policies in this bill are common sense and bring some measure of relief to our fellow Americans who are suffering under terrorist restraints, and I urge all members to vote in favor of this bill. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I would reiterate that on October 1st, the IRS once again extended for another year the protection that the gentleman says he wants. I'm as opposed to Hamas as he is, but this has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with what happens within this country. I yield for further explanation of that the distinguished member from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, to tell us a little about what due process means. 4 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the distinguished gentleman from Texas. I had a law professor who once asked the class, what are the two most beautiful words in the English language? And he said, due process. I thought the answer might be free speech, but all four of these words are ravaged and devoured by H.R. 9495, which is truly a werewolf in sheep's clothing. Look, it's a federal felony crime today to provide any material support to terrorist groups. If your not-for-profit does that, you're going to prison for at least 10 years, maybe the rest of your life. Losing your 501c3 tax-exempt status is the least of your worries. So if rendering support to terrorists is already a felony crime, then what's this all about? Well, Americans have an absolute First Amendment right to give money to support political groups that don't engage in terrorism, like the ACLU, Amnesty International, Razam for Ukraine, the International Rescue Committee. But this bill would give the new administration unilateral power to designate any of them a terrorist-supporting group and strip them of their tax-exempt status while capsizing and inverting the Constitution's guarantee of due process. In Friedman versus Maryland in 1965, the Supreme Court found that the government can only impose a prior restraint on speech, which is what this is, if there is first a judicial determination in an adversary proceeding in which the party being targeted can hear all the evidence against them, provide rebutting evidence of their own, and obtain an independent adjudication of the charge by a neutral judge. That's what due process is. This sloppy bill thrown before us today contains everything condemned by the Supreme Court. The Treasury Department will be able to unilaterally affix the terrorist-supporting label on a not-for-profit group without going to court, without offering any legal proof, without meeting any legal standard, and without giving the target an opportunity even to know the evidence against them. Although the Treasury Secretary must notify the group that it will be designated a terrorist-supporting organization in 90 days, unless the Secretary is satisfied with the group's answer, it remains completely up to the Secretary to make a, quote, final agency determination without meeting any standard of proof. Once this scarlet letter and the infamy of being designated a terrorist-supporting group are firmly affixed on the organization, the stigmatized then can finally go to a judge, but incredibly, the legal burden is explicitly put on them to prove they are not a terror-supporting group, completely reversing the burden of due process which properly belongs to the government. A sixth grader would know this is unconstitutional. This is an unlawful power to vest in any president and a dangerous power to vest in a president who shows no qualms about leveling threats of retribution and revenge against his enemies. The president-elect has said Special Counsel Jack Smith should be arrested. Former Congresswoman Liz Cheney, the former head of the Republican conference, should be jailed. And the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Milley, should be court-martialed. You can imagine what they would do to a human rights group that dares to criticize Vladimir Putin or another of the beloved autocrats around the world. American civil society and the not-for-profit
Gentleman's
sector.
time has expired.
Could I request another minute?
Another minute. I yield another minute.
The gentleman is recognized for a minute.
American civil society and the not-for-profit sector must be protected against political censorship and government vendetta. Now, to get America to bite on this toxic sandwich, they've tucked the rotten, unconstitutional meat in with language clarifying that Americans held hostage are not subject to IRS penalties for failing to pay their taxes on time. The Senate already passed this fine legislation, and we could do that unanimously today. But instead, they want us to vote to give the president Orwellian powers and the American not-for-profit sector Kafkaesque nightmares. I voted against this bill last week. I will vote against it today and tomorrow and next week and for the next 4 years and beyond. I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we just heard that a sixth grader could see that this is unconstitutional. However, a Harvard lawyer thought this was okay in April, whenever it passed with only 11 dissenting votes. So to me, I believe that argument does not hold accurate. Tax-exempt status, Mr. Speaker, is not a constitutional right. It's not a constitutional right. But there is still robust due process protections in this bill that we worked out with our Democrat colleagues before passage in the Ways and Means Committee. Though that didn't stop, the gentleman from Maryland from voting in favor of these same exact identical provisions earlier this year. I yield as much time as he may consume from the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Smucker.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, what we're witnessing on the floor today is, I believe, one of the most bizarre arguments against the bill that I've seen since I've been here in my 8 years in Congress. In fact, look over there and see how they're contorting themselves to say they're against this bill. Remember that old game we used to play as kids, Twister? It looks like a game of Twister over on that side today. Let's first about the facts in this bill. Today's 411 days since Hamas terrorists capture and continue to hold men, women, and children, including 7 American citizens hostage in the Gaza Strip. And in the wake of those attacks, nefarious groups have leveraged their status as nonprofits under Section 501c3 of the tax code to provide material and financial support to Hamas. We have examples. One is the Alliance for Global Justice, which is linked to the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, which the State Department designated as a terrorist organization. Another example is the Popular Media Project, which employed a Hamas spokesperson who held 3 Israelis hostage at his home in Gaza. Mr. Speaker, we don't negotiate with terrorists, so why should we allow tax advantage groups to fund them? Why should taxpayers be on the hook to subsidize organizations aiding Hamas terrorists and continuing to hold American citizens hostage? And why did our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, when Mr. Doggett passed on September 11th, voted for this bill passing out of the Ways and Means unanimously? Why was it okay to prevent the funding of terrorists by nonprofits then, but it's not okay to do so now? Why did our colleagues on the floor of the House vote for this, but not now. They say it's because suddenly we have Donald Trump as our president. So you're saying, folks, this would have been okay if President Harris had been elected, but not with Donald Trump? Maybe it makes sense because under Democrat presidents, the IRS did target conservative groups. Where was your outrage at that when the IRS was targeting conservative groups? And do you know that President Trump won the election by a wide margin? He has a mandate by the American people. He won the popular vote. He won 312 electoral votes. The American people believe that Donald Trump will save this country, will put this country on the right path. They don't believe that he's a fascist. They don't believe that he's the kind of dictator that you think he will be. Talk about election denialism. When are you going to accept that President Trump won this election and that President Trump will do what is right for the American people? Mr. Speaker, this is the most bizarre argument that I've heard on this bill, the most bizarre argument I've heard since I've been in Congress. They've completely reversed their vote in just a few months. It's unbelievable, Mr. Speaker. It's sad. This is a bill that it has parameters around the bill. They say now suddenly it doesn't have parameters. It simply says if a nonprofit is supporting a terrorist organization, their tax status should be revoked. It's a common sense bill. Do not believe what they're saying today. I ask my colleagues to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields. The chair would remind my colleagues to direct their comments to the chair, to not engage in personalities towards the president or president-elect, nor to repeat the language of engaging in personalities against the president or president-elect.
Absolutely,
the gentleman is
Mr.
recognized.
Speaker. The gentleman's trying to turn the world upside down. We are the ones who accept election results. We're not the ones that storm the Capitol. We're not the ones that still deny the results of the last election. We believe in democracy and the will of the people and the responsibility of the members of this body to stand up and exercise effective checks and balances. With that, Mr. Speaker, I would ask for 2 minutes for the distinguished ranking member of the Veterans Affairs Committee, Mr. Takano, who was here with me last week to oppose this very bad bill.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 9495. As members of Congress, it is our duty to stand against terrorism and stand up for our common values. But this bill does neither. What does it do? What it does is grant sweeping, draconian powers to the executive branch to essentially shut down any nonprofit. And on what basis would future administrations, Democrat or Republicans, be able to exercise such power? On a mere accusation. I repeat, an accusation. All nonprofits could be under scrutiny. These are decent people who are advocating on issues from religious freedom to animal welfare. Now, why would conservatives, the very same people who gnash their teeth at executive overreach, support such a measure? Why would they suddenly about face and sacrifice the values they claim to stand for? Because this is a gift to the president-elect, Mr. Trump, wrapped up in a bow right before the holidays. On the campaign trail, he has made no secret of who he would seek to go after. But this is bigger than the president-elect, because now every president who would be king would be free to seek vengeance on their political opponents for every perceived slight. I caution my colleagues to consider how far-reaching the consequences of this bill would be. This bill would apply to all future presidents. At a time when we should be strengthening our checks and balances and shoring up our guardrails, this legislation would do the opposite. So in the strongest possible terms, I urge my colleagues to vote against this executive branch power grab, and I yield back. I reserve.
The gentleman yields.
And
the gentleman reserves.
I reserve.
Thank you. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the speakers on the other side who had previously voted in support of this bill said last week when explaining his new opposition, quote, "With Trump's election, the conditions have changed." We just heard that from the prior speaker as well. If they thought Ms. Harris would have been the president-elect, they would still be supporting this bill. Terrorism exists regardless who's president of the United States, and we as members of Congress have the duty to make sure that taxpayers are not subsidizing terrorism. It's very, very simple. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean.
And from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, common sense will tell you that an American held hostage overseas probably is not going to get a chance to file their taxes. Common sense, Mr. Speaker, will tell you that they probably won't even get a chance to file an extension. So, Mr. Speaker, you would think that that hostage being held, American being held hostage overseas should not be subject to penalties and interest on taxes that went unpaid during their captivity. But, Mr. Speaker, that's not the case in Crazy Town. Mr. Speaker, you would also think that American tax dollars should not be used to subsidize groups supporting terrorist activities. But remember, this is Crazy Town. Mr. Speaker, it's time to bring common sense back to Crazy Town, and that's why we need H.R. 9495, the Stop Terror Financing and Tax Penalties on American Hostages Act. The bill would bring common sense and allow the IRS to waive penalties for late taxes for Americans held hostages overseas, and would direct the IRS to revoke the tax-exempt status of a nonprofit found providing financial support to a terrorist organization. Mr. Speaker, it's just common sense. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
This is going to be my third time voting against this bill because I don't care who the President of the United States is. This is a dangerous and an unconstitutional bill that would allow unchecked power to target nonprofit organizations as political enemies and shut them down without due process. If you really truly cared about the hostages or Americans being held captive, the Stop Tax Penalties for Hostages is already here as a standalone bill that passed out of the Senate. So let's not make it about that. This legislation is part of a broader assault on our civil liberties, including our right to dissent in our country. It aims to criminalize the very social justice movements fighting for justice at peace here at home as well as abroad. Make no mistake, this bill is not only, and I constantly have said this to folks, this is not just about Palestinian human rights advocacy organizations. This is about the NAACP, the ACLU, Planned Parenthood, folks that have been trying to make it safe for our kids to go to school away from gun crisis and violence.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, how much time remains on each side?
The gentleman from Texas has 10.5 minutes. From Missouri has 3 minutes.
3 minutes?
No, right. 10.5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, at this time I would yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Jayapal, the chair of the Progressive Caucus within our Democratic Party.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I'll give you a minute. I'll give you a minute. Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to this bill, giving Donald Trump and any future president unfettered power to punish civil society groups, news outlets, hospitals, and universities with zero due process. This bill is an authoritarian play by Republicans to expand the sweeping powers of the executive branch to go after political enemies and stifle political dissent. It allows Republicans to empower Donald Trump to go after enemies at will, to put out of business hospitals that provide reproductive care to women, to label environmental advocates as eco-terrorists, to target humanitarian organizations or the foundations that support them, to punish news organizations and think tanks that put out research or policies that contradict Donald Trump, to obliterate civil liberties groups who seek to protect those very liberties from authoritarianism. Americans want checks and balances, not a blank check for a president to label anyone.
Mr. Speaker, I would yield the gentlelady another minute.
The gentlewoman is recognized for another minute.
Americans want checks and balances, not a blank check for any president to label anyone as a terrorist without evidence. Providing material support to terrorist groups is already a crime and can be criminally prosecuted. But this bill removes all due process protections. That's exactly why the same bill failed on the House floor last week. But instead of moving on and taking on the real economic issues that are facing Americans today, or working simply to fund the government, Republicans are fixated on giving unchecked powers to the Trump administration. Weaponizing the government is the foundation of Trump's Project 2025. It is step one of Trump's project in action. With this bill, the only guardrail against authoritarian abuse to any voice of dissent to his agenda will be Trump's imagination. Vote no on abusive, unchecked presidential powers. I did last week, I will this week, and any other time it comes up. I yield.
The gentleman yields. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to point out the prior speaker voted for the exact language that she was railing against for due process, the exact language in April. In April. The only thing that has changed, the only thing that has changed for the majority of the people changing their votes over there is Donald Trump was elected president. That's unfortunate. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Missouri, Ms. Bush.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. St. Louis and I rise in opposition to H.R. 9495. What we're witnessing today is straight out of a comic book, the part where the villain's origin story turns into a revenge plot. After years of stewing, Trump is ready to enact his plan, and H.R. 9495 is one of his weapons of choice. With Trump, we face an administration obsessed with silencing dissent and with punishing those Trump deems his enemies. Every day we watch unqualified TV personalities and accused sexual abusers walk into what would be his cabinet. Why? Because loyalty to Trump is the only qualification that matters. H.R. 9495 takes that demand for loyalty even further. It hands Trump unchecked power to crush his opposition. This bill is about control, it's about revenge, and stifling free expression. News flash, America doesn't bow to wannabe dictators. We will not fight, we will fight your petty revenge plots at every turn. We will not stop fighting. You work for us and you do not. We do not work for you. This bill is an affront to democracy.
The
Vote
gentlewoman
no.
will suspend. The gentlewoman's time has expired. The chair would again remind my colleagues to please direct your comments to the chair. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I disagree with everything the prior speaker had said, my colleague from Missouri. But what I will say is that at least she's consistent. She was one of the 11 that voted against the bill in April. Unfortunately, we've seen a lot of other people flip-flop, and that is what's unacceptable. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and am prepared to close if the gentleman has no further speakers.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let me reiterate what is not at stake today. That is tax relief for the hostages. The IRS issued an order on October 1st, as it had issued an order previously. If we pass no legislation, they have protection. That's never been denied here. And indeed, we offered other protection. The Constitution was used as an argument against our approving that very relief. Mr. Byer, others have a bill here that could easily have been taken up here in the House, but no, they want to hold the hostage tax bill hostage for their other unfortunate purposes. And the second thing that is not at stake is our opposition to terrorism. Everyone, Republican and Democrat, oppose terrorists, want to do all that we can to prevent terrorists from affecting this country, affecting Israel, the Middle East, any other part of the world. And we have laws on the books today to do just that. They've been used against terrorist organizations. They've been used against those who support terrorist organizations, but they have been used with regard to due process. And the only reason they have this bill up here is to empower future presidents to ignore those two vital words of due process. Let's talk a little about what is at stake here. Mr. Smith presented to this body a letter that he sent the IRS on September the 24th. I have that letter here. It was one of 9 letters he sent to the IRS on 24th, and he is complaining that less than 2 months later, they have not acted on all 9 of his letters. He says that he is only interested in protecting legitimate nonprofits, not any illegitimate nonprofits. Well, if we look at his letters as I have, we find out what he considers to be material support to terrorism that he wants to prohibit, and it is the very kind of thing that is at stake in this bill that a future president, our president-elect, could use to undermine civic organizations all over this country. One of the organizations that he wants to deny, wants to terminate their nonprofit status, the material support that they provided to terrorism was that they had a protest, and they engaged in civic disobedience. And surprisingly, I would say, the same organization that he complains about has protested one of my speeches. I believe America is stronger when we permit dissent in all its forms, as long as it is done in a proper way. And let's think a little bit about civil disobedience. There are today 151 members of this Congress who are women. Does anyone think they would be here if the suffragettes had not had the willingness to engage in civic disobedience and be taken to jail from out in front of the White House? We have 64 African American members in this Congress today. Does anyone think that had it not been for the freedom riders, for those who put their lives on the line to protect the right to vote, who engaged in civil disobedience and did not obey the laws of Mississippi and Alabama and Texas, does anyone think we would have moved our country as far as it has, despite its many successes, its many shortcomings? We've made some progress, and those who are willing to put their lives on the line and, yes, engage in civil disobedience, they have contributed on the whole to this being a fairer and more just country. And to deny, to terminate the life of a civic organization because they choose to engage and face the penalties of civil disobedience, but not the elimination of their right to exist as a nonprofit organization. Protests are inconvenient. The one I had was inconvenient. Sometimes they're misconceived, they get out of hand, but over our nation's history, nonviolent protests and acts of civil disobedience have made this a more equal country. We all live in a better nation today because people and civic organizations have stood up for our democratic values and our fundamental freedoms, even when we found their conduct to be most disagreeable. Now, there has been much made in this debate of the fact that some of us have switched our positions. We've been called flip-floppers. I've voted for this part of this legislation 3 times, including the times in committee, though I did ask in committee that it be amended to address the very concerns I'm raising today. But what's the answer to those who may change their vote today, as many will, and vote no? Well, the answer is we listen to our constituents, and the Republicans who support this bill, they were listening also. But as you can tell from the frequent flyer miles they've been earning going back and forth to Mar-a-Lago, they were listening to one person, We were listening to constituents from all over this country, now almost 300 organizations that express concern and fear about what will happen in the next 4 years under a vengeful president against these organizations who this chairman says are not legitimate because they protest. They sometimes engage in civic disobedience. Let me tell you a little bit about who those organizations are and how they cover and involve so many people across this country. The American Civil Liberties Union, boy, do they have their work cut out over the next 4 years and with regard to what is already happening. The American Public Health Association, which may not agree with destroying Obamacare and denying and making people who are poor, who rely on Medicaid, pay for tax cuts for the rich. The Brennan Center, another voice for civil society and civil liberties in our country. Planned Parenthood, which has been attacked by one extremist group as a terrorist organization because it recognizes that abortion care is health care. The AFL-CIO, the Service Employees Union, the United Auto Workers, the American Federation of Teachers, the National Education Association. These are the kind of employee groups and professionals that serve our country, whose voice is being heard, who many of my colleagues who, like I, once voted for this bill, have listened to them and the impact that they think this bill under the incoming president will have on their ability to function and defend working people. The League of Conservation Voters and the Sierra Club, attacked by extremists as being eco-terrorists sometimes when they don't automatically approve every mine that gets opened, every destruction of native lands that occurs, and stand up and speak up for the environment. Reproductive Freedom for All and the Leadership Conference on Civil. Mr. Speaker, I yield back then, and thank you for the time.
The gentleman yields. Again, the chair reminds my colleagues not to engage in personalities directed towards a president or president-elect. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am extremely grateful that the American people has been able to watch the debate of this piece of legislation today, because they have seen with their own eyes the differences between the House Republicans and the House Democrats, and the insanity that just in April, 382 individuals in this chamber and 11 voted against. 382 for, 11 against. The provisions are the same. The only thing that has changed, Mr. Speaker, according to their quotes on the floor, is Donald Trump was elected president. That's the only thing changed. This bill is very simple. Very simple. If a nonprofit organization is funding terrorism, you lose your tax-exempt status. If we're truly against terrorism, our actions will speak louder, and we will vote for this legislation. But we'll see. We'll see who's brave on the other side, who wants to stand with real America and not woke policies. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1576, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to postpone tax deadlines and reimburse paid late fees for United States nationals who are unlawfully or wrongfully detained or held hostage abroad, to terminate their tax-exempt status of terrorist-supporting organizations and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. And for what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, on that I demand the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on passage of H.R. 9495 will be followed by a 5-minute vote on the motion to suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 915. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 213 and the nays are 183. The bill is passed.
Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin votes no. Mr. Van Drew. Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Ms. Rogers of Washington. Ms. Rogers of Washington voted aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 219 and the nays are 184. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan, to suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 915, on which the yeas and yeas are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
House Resolution 915, resolution urging the government of Ukraine to review and modify its decision to suspend adoption by foreign nationals with a view to resuming such adoptions, particularly in cases where the mutual concerns of the governments of Ukraine and of the United States can be substantially addressed.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to the resolution? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the ayes are 372, nays 6, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair lays before the House an enrolled bill.
H.R. 3728, an act to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 25 Dorchester Avenue, Room 1 in Boston, Massachusetts as the Caroline Chang Post Office.
The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to Section 803A of the Congressional Recognition for Excellence in Arts Education Act, 2 U.S.C. 803A, and the order of the House of January 9, 2023 of the following individuals on the part of the House to the Congressional Award Board.
Ms. Brenda Larson Becker of Alexandria, Virginia. Ms. Susan Bracken Hirschman of Alexandria, Virginia. Ms. Selby Legree Willamette, Illinois.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., November 21st, 2024. I hereby designate the period from Thursday, November 21st, 2024 through Monday, December 2nd, 2024 as a district work period under Section 3Z of House Resolution 5. Signed sincerely, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The House will be in order. Members are requested to take their conversations off the floor. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. What purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I request unanimous consent to address the House floor for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today as a co-chair of the Assisting Caregivers Today, or ACT caucus, to recognize National Family Caregivers Month. Every November, we bring awareness to the people who dedicate their time, money, and efforts to care for their loved ones. There are roughly 48 million family caregivers in the United States who give around-the-clock care for their family members. On average, caregivers across the country provide nearly $600 billion in unpaid labor annually. In addition to providing these essential services unpaid, more than 3 in 4 family caregivers spend their own hard-earned money to take care of their loved ones. These sacrifices often go unrecognized, so it is important that we, as members of Congress, do what we can to recognize their commitment and ensure they have the resources they need. As the only geriatric nurse practitioner in Congress, I have seen firsthand the challenges they face and the vital services they provide. I'm proud to advocate for caregivers and policies that would make their already difficult situation easier to navigate. Today and every day, we thank those who dedicate their lives to caring for their parents, children, spouses, and other loved ones. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The House will be in order. Members are requested to take their conversations off the floor. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized. Gentleman will suspend. The House will be in order. Members are requested to take their conversations off the floor. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the teachers, education support professionals, family, volunteers, and above all, learners at all levels. As we celebrate American Education Week, it's essential to reflect on how education shapes our future. Education is the lifeline, especially in Eastern North Carolina. Our commitments demonstrate enormous resilience and a deep commitment to the success of learners. Educators work tirelessly to create an environment where every learner can live the American dream. And Mr. Speaker, as we celebrate American Education Week in Eastern North Carolina, We're so excited to break ground today for the East Carolina University Center for Medical Education building. Indeed, education is a pathway to personal success and building a stronger economy. We must continue to support and uplift education in America. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Arizona seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the person that helps my world go around, my Deputy Chief of Staff, Brendan Gallo. Brendan is a dedicated staffer who works tirelessly to ensure our office runs smoothly each and every day. He is committed to serving me and the constituents of Arizona's 8th Congressional District. Whether it's a meeting in our office, a Capitol tour, or a visit to the White House, Brendan is the guy you call to get the job done. A graduate of NYU and a Pennsylvania native, Brendan joined my team in 2020 and has shown his commitment to public service throughout his tenure. I cannot thank him enough for his dedication to me, our district, the state of Arizona, and the nation. As I leave Congress, I have no doubt Brendan will go on to do great things as he continues his public service. I wish him nothing but the best in all of his future endeavors. I'm going to miss you, Brendan. God bless you. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize National Rural Health Day. Approximately 1/5 of America and about 1 in 3 Oregonians lives in a rural or frontier community. However, many rural areas don't have enough providers or facilities to meet community need, forcing residents to travel long distances and requiring time off of work. Your zip code should not prevent you from accessing potentially life-saving care. As a founding member of the Bipartisan Rural Health Caucus, I've championed several pieces of legislation that will help close these gaps and ensure rural America is not left behind. For example, my home-based mental health care bill would expand access to virtual mental health and substance use treatment services in rural communities. In addition to making it easier and cheaper for folks to see a provider, the bill would also help reduce stigma by allowing people to get care from the comfort and safety of their own homes. This is just one common sense idea among many I've supported to expand access to health care in our rural communities. As we approach the start to a new Congress, I remain committed to working with anyone on both sides of the aisle who is serious about finding solutions to the mental health and addiction crisis. Every American deserves high-quality, affordable health care, regardless of where they live. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
For 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the life and legacy of Desi Bebout. Born as the 4th of 9 children and raised in the small town of Hudson, Wyoming, love and family and community quickly became guiding principles that steered the course of Desi's life of unending service. Following the 1941 attack on Pearl Harbor, Desi was one of the first women to join the war effort under the newly established Women Accepted for Volunteer Emergency Service program, where she took part in recording and tracking the arrival and departure of sailors to and from the Pacific Fleet throughout the war. Despite her excelling in this role and later being presented with the opportunity to participate in officer training school, Desi chose to return to Wyoming with the love of her life, Herbert Hugh Bebout, after getting married while they were both on leave. However, it was in 1962 that Desi began her notable 13-year-long career at the Shoshone Post Office, where she would serve as the postmaster with great distinction, and upon her retirement, received the Order of the Vest, the highest and most prestigious recognition given to postmasters. Desi peacefully passed away in May 2023 at the age of 102 after living a remarkable life rooted in public service. I also would like to give a special shout out to my mother today for her birthday. She is 101 years young. So happy birthday to Marion Hageman.
Nice. For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, the Commonwealth of Virginia is home to 7 federally recognized Indian tribes, including the Chickahominy tribe in my district. But in addition, we have 4 state-recognized tribes, one of which is the Nottoway Indian Tribe of Virginia, which received state recognition in 2010. During the October recess, I had the opportunity to visit the tribe's Community House and Interpretive Center in Southampton County, where I met with Chief Lynette Allison and Tribal Chair Denise Walters to discuss their rich history. The Nottoway people first appear in the written record in 1650 when merchant and colonist Edward Bland encountered 2 Nottoway towns on the Nottoway River. These Iroquoian-speaking people live in dispersed communities along the river in present-day Dinwiddie, Isle of Wight, Nottoway, Sussex, and Southampton counties. Today, in honor of Native American History Month, I'm filing a resolution to provide federal recognition to the Nottoway Tribe of Virginia and look forward to finally seeing their sovereignty recognized. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and service of my predecessor, Congressman Rick Nolan. Congressman Nolan has a long and distinguished history in this chamber. He first served as a representative of Minnesota's 6th Congressional District from 1975 through 1981, and then returned to Congress to serve as a representative of Minnesota's 8th Congressional District from 2013 to 2019. Many who served with Rick remember him as a fighter for northern Minnesota and an avid lover of the great outdoors and an advocate for those diagnosed with cancer. I will always remember Rick as an exceptionally kind man. My favorite memory of Rick is the time I ran into him on a flight to Minnesota from Washington, D.C. He was a departing member of Congress, and I was preparing to begin my first term. Even though we disagreed on many issues, he made sure to come over, give me a hug, and wish me well. I appreciated his kindness that day, and I know all of Minnesota appreciates his service. My thoughts and prayers go out to his wife, Mary, and all of his loved ones as they grieve his loss. Madam Chair, I yield back.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks as needed.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the honorable life of Thomas Violante, an incredible business owner from Royal Oak, Michigan, who inspired many through his pursuit of the American dream and service to others. Mr. Violante was born in 1929 to a working-class family. His father ran a small market, and he gained a passion for supporting his community through entrepreneurship. This passion solidified in 1951 when Thomas and his wife Janet purchased a small specialty store for just a pack of cigarettes and a 6-pack of beer. It would become the Holiday Market of Royal Oak. Thomas Violante's business was more than just a grocery store, though. It was the embodiment of his values. He empowered his employees to be creative, to work hard, and to achieve their dreams. Mr. Violante passed away on his 95th birthday last month. Beyond his role as a business owner, he was a proud father, grandfather, and great-grandfather, veteran, and philanthropist. He left an incredible mark on Michigan's 11th district, and I ask my colleagues to join me in honoring him.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, the California Democrats are at it again, doubling down on radical green agenda and threatening personal freedom. A state-funded study has suggested a ban now on gas-powered classic cars from public roads, claiming they're too harmful to the environment. We're talking parade cars, we're talking hobby cars, the stuff people enjoy, the stuff that politicians like to ride in parades in when they're running for re-election. Let's be clear, classic cars are a lot more than just vehicles. They're pieces of our history, symbols of culture, and a source of pride for countless Californians. It doesn't stop there. These same people trying to do these bans, whose green policies could hike gas prices by as much as 85 cents, 90 cents a gallon, they want to force you into an electric vehicle while our power grid can't even handle a summer heat wave. Meanwhile, the elites pushing these bans are still flying in private jets off to meetups and overseas and cruising on their big yachts, which spew far more emissions than the classic cars they want to outlaw. It's not about saving the planet, it's about control. We need to call out this hypocrisy and stand up for the freedoms of individuals, for their automobiles, for what have you. So I can speak for a lot of them knowing that you will pry my 68 Mustang gear shift out of my cold, dead fingers. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to rise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Today I rise to honor an incredible milestone for a wonderful institution in the 18th Congressional District. The Community of Faith Church, which was founded after the vestiges of slavery, is celebrating 150 years of faith, service, and community impact. Founded in 1873 by the Reverend Jack Henry Yates, a former slave who defied the odds and went on to establish businesses, schools, churches. This congregation has a rich history of perseverance and resilience. From its humble beginnings as Mount Pillow Missionary Baptist Church to a relocation during tumultuous times, it is now under the leadership of Bishop James Dixon II and has become a beacon of hope and transformation in our community. I would like to honor its former leaders, including Reverend Charlie Daniel James Dixon, who served 50 years and guiding it through racial adversity. Reverend Clovis Emery Johnson, who served for 2 years and helped transition the church to a new era of growth. We also remember the leadership of Reverend Dixon's own grandfather, Reverend Jack Henry Yates, who served from 1873 to 1927. This place continues to be a wonderful place of worship, a community hub for development, education, and social justice. As we celebrate this monumental 150th anniversary, we honor the rich legacy, but also the bright future ahead that may continue to do greater works for the glory of God and service of all people. I salute Bishop James Dixon II for his tremendous leadership and his 3 children, Mariah, Victoria, and James W.E. Dixon III. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in anticipation of the Thanksgiving holiday to recognize the invaluable efforts of the United Way of Greater Toledo to address hunger during this holiday season. In Lucas Wood and Ottawa counties, 40% of hardworking Ohioans are at risk of not having enough to eat. This reality highlights the critical importance of community-driven initiatives. Partnering with multiple nonprofit organizations, the United for the Holidays program brings the Northwest Ohio community together to create more than 500 holiday boxes filled with 2 weeks' worth of food for families in need. Not only are these volunteers delivering food, but also hope and dignity to our neighbors in a season of giving and a time of need due to high food prices. We are all committed to fighting hunger year-round, and I'm honored to keep fighting for laws that expand access to school meals and food coupons for our seniors in our summer fruit and vegetable programs and emergency food support across our communities. No family should face an empty table in the United States of America. The majority party must move the long-delayed Farm Bill forward in order that our people can eat. And we must build strong support systems to ensure that every Ohioan has access to nutritious, reliable meals. Again, I thank the United Way of Greater Toledo for leading the way with love for for this vital effort at this season of Thanksgiving. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the life and work of Norma Griffin. Norma was a devoted educator, deeply committed to her community and empowering young people. She was a native New Yorker who settled in Concord, California with her husband, Ralph, and their 2 sons, Ralph and Stephen. She worked for over 3 decades in education, teaching in New York Public School System, the Oakland Unified School District, and the Mount Diablo Unified School District, and overseas in Japan and France. On top of teaching, Norma was a founding member of the Black Families Association of Contra Costa County in the Bay Area. She was a member of the Oakland Symphony Choir and served as president of the American Association of University Women's local chapter. For her work, Norma was recognized in 1995 as Teacher of the Year and as Woman of the Year for the State Assembly District 11 in the California Legislature in 2008. Sadly, Norma has passed away, and our hearts are with her friends and family. Norma will be remembered for her kindness, determination, and courage. Please join me in honoring Norma Griffin for her incredible impact on our community and on this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Nickel, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to discuss the urgent need for Congress to act to end partisan gerrymandering in the United States. The Fair Maps Act is a bill I've authored. I'm going to talk about that today. But this is a huge problem for the U.S. Congress. Glad to have the chance to speak about this today. I'm joined by one of my outstanding colleagues from the great state of North Carolina, Congresswoman Kathy Manning, and I would yield to my friend from North Carolina. Madam Speaker, I'm going to yield to my friend and colleague from the great state of Ohio, to speak on this issue. And I yield her as much time as she may consume.
I thank the gentleman for yielding to me and really want to thank him, first of all, for his Fair Maps legislation. Ohio is the poster child for unfair maps. And if you look at a state that voted twice for President-elect Trump and twice for President Obama, you would think that, for example, if the state has 15 members, that it would be 8 and 7. You sort of try to divide it equally because we have 15 members of Congress from Ohio, and what's fair is fair. But what's happened in Ohio, because of a veto-proof legislature due to gerrymandering in Ohio, in both chambers, what happens is that out of 15 seats, our side of the aisle in Columbus, what they did down there, we have only 5 Democrats out of 15, only 33%, not 50% out of the 15. You say, well, to be fair, if you have 15 seats, maybe it should be 8 and 7, you know, but to give us equal voice based on the public's right to full representation. So Ohio is really the poster child for radical gerrymandering. Recently, the polls showed that 3/4 of the people of Ohio wanted reform, and they wanted to set up a special independent commission to draw the districts in Ohio. So the vast majority of people wanted change. But what happened? In Ohio, that issue was put on the ballot, but the Secretary of State, who's been part of this veto-proof one-party rule in Ohio that has become corrupt, actually. Ohio is an extremely corrupt state right now, I'm sad to say. People have gone to prison and more will go to prison because of absolute power corrupts absolutely, including in gerrymandering. So there was this initiative that was placed on the ballot, that the people voted to put on the ballot. But what did the Secretary of State and Attorney General in Ohio do? They wrote a gerrymandering proposition that was placed on the ballot that took up 3 pages. And when the people went in to vote, just reading that on these computers that we vote on now took so much effort, the measure failed by a small margin because they were afraid. They didn't know what it was exactly, and it was made so complicated. So in Ohio, study Ohio as a classic case of hurting the people and not giving fair representation. So I just wanted to place that on the record so that those who are listening across this chamber, across the intelligent media in our country, and the people of Ohio could hear this, because they are not being represented fairly and voices are being suppressed. And that really goes against the very principle of one person, one vote, one person, one mind, to be able to have all of those views properly reflected. So I want to thank the Congressman for introducing the Fair Maps initiative and focusing on this really critical matter of democratic voice for the people of the United States of America. I yield back my time, but I can't compliment you enough. I'm proud of your work, and thank you for doing this.
I'm grateful to my colleague from the great state of Ohio, a true champion for Ohio families. And Madam Speaker, I'm going to talk about this a lot today, but in 1984, we had 190 members elected to Congress in split-ticket districts. These are districts that voted for a president of one party and a member of Congress for another. This election, it looks like we're just down to 13. Representative Capter was one of those and has a great story to tell. And now I'm very glad to yield to my friend from North Carolina, and I yield the distinguished gentlelady from North Carolina as much time as she may consume.
Thank you so much. I want to thank my good friend from North Carolina, Representative Wiley Nickel, for holding this special order hour so that we can talk about such an important issue. The issue that strikes at the very heart of our democracy, and that is gerrymandering. Last year, in my state of North Carolina, the Republican-led General Assembly passed blatantly gerrymandered congressional districts engineered with one clear purpose: to reduce the number of Democrats in Congress. These new maps deliberately distort the will of the people, systematically diluting the votes of Democratic-leaning areas, like my district. Communities of interest were split, districts were manipulated with surgical precision, leaving many voters voiceless in the very communities they call home. In my own 6th district, the city of Greensboro was a city of 300,000 people, was split into 3 parts, each piece combined with far-flung ruby red rural districts. The majority of Greensboro was drawn into a district stretching across 10 counties all the way to the Tennessee border. In doing so, the new maps also separate the heart of Greensboro from High Point and from Winston-Salem, effectively dismantling a triad district, a community of interest that deserves cohesive representation. Remarkably and not coincidentally, the newly drawn 6th district gives a 16-point advantage to a Republican candidate over a Democratic one. As someone who has lived in Greensboro for 4 decades, I am outraged by the brazen disregard Republicans in Raleigh have shown the citizens of my district. And let's be clear, this is not democracy at work. This is political manipulation at its worst, designed not to represent the people, but for partisan gain. And I want to give a little bit of history about how ridiculous this gerrymandering is and what has taken place, because the Republican-led legislature in North Carolina did the exact same thing in 2021 Despite their own statements that they would keep communities of interest together and avoid splitting counties, they drew a map back then that split my former triad district into 3 pieces and split 2 counties. My constituents brought a lawsuit. The North Carolina Supreme Court found that the partisan gerrymandering, which the court found based on presentations by esteemed statisticians and computer experts and other experts, that extreme gerrymandering was done with surgical precision, and that violated the North Carolina state constitution. The court ordered the maps to be redrawn, and eventually they had to appoint a 3-judge panel to redraw fair maps. And that panel, 2 Republicans and 1 Democrat, redrew the maps to keep communities of interest together and to avoid splitting counties. And the result? In a truly purple state, where voters have just elected, well, I'm going to come back to that. In a truly purple state, the voters elected 7 Republicans and 7 Democrats to the U.S. House of Representatives. Now, that was in 2021. So what happened to those same maps in 2023? Well, that same North Carolina Supreme Court that found that gerrymandering was not allowed under the North Carolina state constitution, that North Carolina Supreme Court was now dominated by Republicans. And they actually reversed their prior decision. They decided that extreme partisan gerrymandering is just fine in the state of North Carolina. No new facts, no new communities of interest, no new counties, no new law, no new North Carolina Constitution, just new Republican Supreme Court judges. And the result of those new maps, drawn with no guardrails by our Republican-dominated General Assembly, well, North Carolina, the state that just elected a Democratic governor, a Democratic lieutenant governor, a Democratic attorney general, a Democratic secretary of state, and a Democratic superintendent of public instruction, will, next term, have 10 Republicans and only 4 Democrats in the House of Representatives. Thanks to the hypocrisy of our Supreme Court, the elected officials of our state have decided who they want to represent, rather than allowing the voters to decide who they want to represent them. In a democracy, the voters should choose who represents them, not the other way around. That's why I was so proud to join my fellow North Carolinian Democratic delegation colleagues, including Congressman Wiley Nickel and Jeff Jackson, whose seats were also targeted by the partisan Republican gerrymander, to introduce the Redistricting, Transparency, and Accountability Act. And thank you to my colleague, Representative Wiley Nickel, for that legislation. The legislation goes after the partisan, secretive redistricting process which in North Carolina Republicans used to overhaul the balanced fair maps that I described earlier that were in place for the 2022 election by enhancing public input and increasing transparency in the map drawing process. The maps this time around were drawn in secret with no legitimate public input. Additionally, I'm proud to co-sponsor the Freedom to Vote Act, which seeks to put an end to partisan gerrymandering once and for all. This critical legislation will ensure that all North Carolinians, Republicans and Democrats alike, have the right to fair representation. While these gerrymandered maps will prevent me from continuing to serve my constituents in Congress, the fight for fair districts is far from over. And I want to take a moment to thank the hundreds of constituents who have called me, texted me, written letters, emailed me, stopped me in the public streets to tell me how disgusted they are by the extreme partisan gerrymandering that will prevent me from continuing to represent them. I appreciate their support. I want them to know what a true privilege it has been for me to represent them and the communities I love so much in the 6th District of North Carolina. I will continue to stand with all those who fight for a system where every voter's voice is heard and every vote truly counts. Thank you. With that, I yield back.
Thank you so much to my friend and colleague from North Carolina. She deserves to have a fair shot to come back to Congress and the ability to continue representing her constituents. She was robbed by partisan Republicans in the North Carolina General Assembly who gerrymandered our state with surgical precision. And this is a huge problem, not just for North Carolina, but for the entire rest of the country. Voting rights have been under the legislative microscope for years now, with threats to roll them back and add obstacles for voters who want to cast their ballots. Madam Speaker, I firmly believe voters should choose their politicians. Politicians should not choose their voters. North Carolinians deserve a fair and transparent electoral process that ensures that every voice and every vote is heard and accounted for. This shouldn't be a partisan or political issue. It's about fairness. And in states and in places where voters have a choice, where they are allowed to put ballot initiatives on the ballot, they vote overwhelmingly for fair maps to bring balance to the U.S. Congress. But the fact of the matter is 90% of the people in this Congress come from districts that are gerrymandered or safe seats for Democrats or Republicans. Less than 10% of the seats in this body are in seats like the one that I won in 2022 that are truly competitive, that could go either way. That's what gerrymandering has done to this Congress and to this country. We are on track, Madam Speaker, to be the least productive Congress in our nation's history. And if you want to point your finger on one thing, it is 100% partisan gerrymandering, which is wrecking our democracy, it's wrecking the U.S. House of Representatives, and it's far past time that we end this practice. This, for me, is a personal issue. It's why I got involved in elected office. As a former staffer for President Obama, I traveled all over the country, all over the world with him during his first term in office and his first campaign. And when he left office, like many, I was sad. I was tuned in for his farewell speech, where he said, if you want to fix the way things work in Washington, grab a clipboard, get moving, get organized. I took those words to heart and grabbed my clipboard and was elected to the North Carolina State Senate in 2018. And as he left office, President Obama said, the one thing that we have to fix in this country to bring politics back to the center is to end partisan gerrymandering. He's continued to be a leading voice on this issue, putting his time and attention towards ending partisan gerrymandering. It was one of the main reasons I put my name on a ballot back in 2018 to run for the North Carolina State Senate. And then, as I was elected to the Senate, I continued to work on this issue in North Carolina. Top issue for me was voting rights and making an end to partisan gerrymandering in the great state of North Carolina. In the state Senate, I served on the North Carolina Senate Redistricting Committee, where I got to see firsthand how Republicans targeted communities of color with surgical precision as they drew maps that disenfranchised voters across the state. I saw firsthand how the process works and the way that politicians picked their voters instead of allowing voters to choose their politicians. They circumvented the transparency that came with drawing fair maps. I spoke out against partisan gerrymandering as a state senator over and over, and joined with so many others, Democrats, Republicans, and independents in North Carolina, to outlaw this practice. And then I was reelected again to the North Carolina Senate. We continued to fight on this issue. In 2021, a 4-3 Democratic court, our Supreme Court in North Carolina, drew fair maps for North Carolina. They didn't draw, they responded to partisan gerrymandering from Republicans in the legislature, but they didn't draw Democratic maps, they didn't draw Republican maps, they drew fair maps. They drew maps that, in all likelihood, would have elected 7 Republicans, 6 Democrats, and 1 seat that could have gone either way. That was the seat that I won, that's North Carolina's 13th district. But in a 50-50 state like North Carolina, a true purple state where, we elected Donald Trump in the last election, but we elected a Democratic governor and Democrats up and down the ballot, you would expect to have 7 Democrats and 7 Republicans. That's what North Carolina sent for the 118th Congress. 7 Democrats, 7 Republicans. We won a Republican-leaning seat. It was an R+2 seat. Could have gone either way, but the best ideas won at the ballot box. And right now, we have maps that are fair. This is the current map right here. You can see seven Democratic seats, 7 Republican seats. There's North Carolina's 13th district right there. And you can see this is what maps look like. There's no packing and cracking. These are maps that represent communities of interest, that represent the state, that allow voters to have a real choice in who they send to Washington. This is what maps should look like. Again, this North Carolina's 13th district, by some accounts, was exactly in the middle of the U.S. Congress, one of the most fair districts in the country, a competitive district where every vote was critical to our election. We won by 10,000 votes. It was a close election, but we were able to do it in a fair map. And again, we got to have a real debate over the best ideas. Whose party had the best ideas? And the best ideas won. Then in the same election, when I won this district, North Carolina, by a small margin, flipped 2 seats on the Supreme Court from Democrat to Republican, taking the court from 4-3 for Democrats to 5-2 for Republicans. And they have proven over and over again, this extreme partisan MAGA court, that they are nothing more than rubber stamps for a MAGA Republican legislature. In February, after the 2022 election, the North Carolina Supreme Court relied on a rarely used procedural rule to rehear the 2022 partisan gerrymandering case, Harper v. Hall. And they took the incredibly unprecedented step of reversing its prior ruling on April 28th. The dissenting opinion authored by Justice Michael Morgan charged the majority with improper motivations and willful blindness. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm very, very glad and very grateful to be joined by our Democratic leader, Hakeem Jeffries, who I understand is here to join and put his voice behind this incredibly important piece of legislation, this incredibly important push. And as I yield my distinguished colleague from North Carolina as much time as he may consume, I will just say this. It looks like we are on track to have a 220 to 215 Congress. The 3 seats that Republicans gerrymandered in North Carolina with surgical precision are going to be the difference in this election. There's still a few more votes to count, but that's where I expect we will land. A 3-seat majority for the Republicans. Had North Carolina had the chance with fair maps to send Democrats back, it would be a 7-7 delegation, and I would be addressing him as Speaker Hakeem Jeffries. With that, I yield as much time as he may consume.
I thank the distinguished gentleman from North Carolina, Representative Wiley Nickel, for yielding and for his leadership on this incredibly important issue around prohibiting extreme partisan gerrymandering across the country and certainly in the great state of North Carolina. And I want to thank Representative Wiley Nickel for his extraordinary leadership in this Congress. I want to thank Representative Kathy Manning for all that she's done to combat anti-Semitism and on many other issues throughout her time in Congress. And I want to thank Jeff Jackson for his leadership and certainly congratulate him on his continued journey as a public servant as the next Attorney General from the great state of North Carolina. 3 extraordinary public servants who were elected by the people, but then unable to continue to serve, not because of any decision made by the people of North Carolina, but because of extreme partisan gerrymandering by far-right extremists in the North Carolina legislature and this MAGA North Carolina Supreme Court. It's an extraordinary thing. As Representative Nickel has indicated, the people of this great country should determine who represents them. We shouldn't have representatives, so-called representatives, making the decision as to the people that they'll represent. There's been a lot of talk in the aftermath of this most recent election about an extraordinary, overwhelming mandate. Let's just look at the state of North Carolina. congratulate the incoming president on his success in North Carolina. Close race, but on his success in North Carolina and in every other battleground state. But in that very same state, every single Democrat running statewide for a constitutional office won, proving the point that North Carolina is an evenly divided state. It's a 50-50 state. That should be clear to anyone. And when fair maps were drawn in advance of the 2022 election, the North Carolina congressional delegation, upon the success of Representative Wiley Nickel in an evenly divided district, was 7 Democrats and 7 Republicans. That's the will of the people of North Carolina. It makes sense in an evenly divided 50-50 state. But because apparently far-right extremists in this country aren't convinced that they can win elections on their own or even hold the United States House of Representatives on their own, decided to rip away 3 seats from the people of North Carolina through extreme partisan gerrymandering. And it's interesting, I hadn't fully thought about that because we're still counting votes, but as Representative Nickel indicated, Democrats are on their way to perhaps 215 seats in the 119th Congress when every single vote is counted. In California, House Republicans will have 220 seats. By the way, that's the smallest majority of any incoming party, Democratic or Republican, since before the Great Depression. What mandate? It's an evenly divided House of Representatives. The people of this country want us to work together, which we're willing to do. Find bipartisan common ground on any issue, whenever and wherever possible, to make life better for the American people and deliver real results for hardworking American taxpayers. At the same period of time, we'll push back against far-right extremism whenever necessary. But it's interesting that this so-called overwhelming mandate wouldn't even have yielded a majority in the House of Representatives if it wasn't for the extreme partisan gerrymandering that took place in the great state of North Carolina. I thank Wiley for raising this issue because it should shape how we proceed in the next Congress. Find bipartisan common ground together to get things done, because there is no mandate to enact far-right extremist policies in the United States House of Representatives, or, by the way, anywhere in this country. That's the reality of this most recent election. And I thank Representative Nichols for his leadership, his service to the people of the great state of North Carolina, to the Congress, and to the country. I know that the great representative from North Carolina is not finished in his public service journey, and we look forward to the best being yet to come. I yield back.
Madam Speaker, you heard it there. I have voted in my 2 years in Congress for Hakeem Jeffries 19 times for Speaker of the House. I had very much hoped to be able to once more vote for him for Speaker of the House. Unfortunately, partisan gerrymandering has robbed the voters of that choice, and I did not run for re-election. But we have an incredibly important issue here before us in the U.S. House of Representatives. And going back to North Carolina and how we got to this point in our state, the North Carolina Supreme Court, in an incredibly rare procedural rule, they decided to rehear a case that had already been decided. And the only reason they decided to rehear the case was because the election changed the composition on the court. Unprecedented. Very rarely used. The dissenting opinion by Justice Michael Morgan charged the majority with improper motivations and willful blindness. Speaking to their motivation, the dissent wrote, The 5 justices which constitute the majority here have emboldened themselves to infuse partisan politics brazenly into the outcome of the present case. Madam Speaker, that was an absolutely terrible ruling, giving Republican extremists in North Carolina's gerrymandered legislature the ability to draw any maps they chose, and the North Carolina Supreme Court did nothing there. There is so much more work to do, but the North Carolina General Assembly Republicans carved up North Carolina's 13th district. And as you can see here, this is the current map that our rubber stamp Supreme Court allowed, that is now sending 71% of the seats in a 50-50 state to Republicans. And it was almost 79% if Don Davis hadn't won in a Trump district by just a little bit. This is a 10-4 delegation you can see. You can see North Carolina's 13th district, not connected by any real road or actual way to get there, but only by the colors of a map, going all the way around the triangle in an obvious partisan gerrymander. This is not a fair map, Madam Speaker. This is a map where politicians have chosen their voters instead of voters choosing their politicians, giving Republicans 3 extra seats in the 119th Congress that they would not have had there been fair maps. And again, while the votes are still being counted, I believe we will end up at 220 Republicans, 215 Democrats. Had we been allowed to have fair maps in North Carolina, I would have returned, Kathy Manning would have returned, Jeff Jackson would have returned, and we would have had a 7-7 delegation, and we would be preparing for the legislative agenda under Speaker Hakeem Jeffries. Those 3 seats are very likely the difference in control of Congress, a rare mid-decade redraw of our maps. It's wrong, and we need to do something about it. Now, as we see, this is another example of extreme partisan gerrymandering, but it happens all over the country. We look to Texas and Florida and Tennessee, and again, North Carolina, extreme gerrymanders. Legislators hand-picking their own voters and predetermining the outcome of our elections before they even happen. And, Madam Speaker, we have gotten this down to a science. It is with surgical precision that maps can be drawn. And you know, if you draw a map a certain way, you can be guaranteed, you can be sure of the outcome. If you take it out of the middle range of a 45% to 55% district, which I'll get into in a little bit and have a chart for that. Now, I'm going to talk about folks in North Carolina who have had continuous redrawing of their maps. We are the most litigated state in the country. We continue to spend more and more money fighting over maps instead of allowing nonpartisan independent redistricting, which is the goal of the Fair Maps Act. But folks have seen a change of representation 4 times in the last 10 years in many districts because of Republican gerrymandering in the North Carolina General Assembly. Now, courts threw out electoral maps drawn by the legislature 3 times in the past decade due to gerrymandering. That's in 2016, 2019, and 2021. But again, North Carolina is a 50-50 state. It is not fair to force a 10-4 map on the voters. And again, this very easily could have been 11-3. If Don Davis hadn't run such a tough campaign, that would be 79% of the seats for Republicans, again in a 50-50 state, which you heard before. North Carolina in the last election, it gave its electoral college votes to Donald Trump, but it gave Democrats votes for the North Carolina Supreme Court, for Superintendent of Public Instruction, for Secretary of State, for Attorney General, for Lieutenant Governor, and for Governor. We are a true 50-50 state. We deserve to have fair maps. And these maps that you see here target African American voters with surgical precision to diminish their voting power. They're clearly unconstitutional. We have lawsuits going on right now. We have seen success in southern states on racial gerrymandering. I expect and hope that this map will be changed because it is not a constitutional map. It is not a fair map. And those lawsuits are ongoing. We're going to fight for fair maps. We're going to continue fighting to end partisan gerrymandering and to protect the right to vote for every single North Carolinian. Now, gerrymandering in nearly every state, partisan gerrymandering has been a tool used by politicians to manipulate the outcomes of elections. It doesn't matter who's doing it. Partisan gerrymandering is wrong, whether it's Democrats doing it or it's Republicans doing it. It's bad for our democracy. It's bad for the United States Congress. And there are some states, not many, where Democrats gerrymander with surgical precision. It leads to hyperpartisanship, increased polarization, and it disenfranchises voters. We need to end the practice. We need to put in place nonpartisan and independent redistricting commissions. And we can do that by removing the ability of politicians to draw lines in their favor. We can restore fairness and ensure that voters are the ones choosing their politicians and not the other way around. Now, I have in front of us here a map, a chart with 140 dots. We've got 14 congressional districts in North Carolina. We are an even 50-50 state. 50% Democrats, 50% Republicans in terms of this map right here. And if you have the power to decide how you draw the maps, you can do it any way you want. We can easily see here a map where you give 4 of the blue dots to Democrats, 6 to Republicans. It's a pretty safe Republican seat. You do it again here, again, 6 to 4. Again, you do it here with this one here, and then we got this one here, and then this one here, 6 to 4. Again, then you want to draw a Democratic seat, packing and cracking. You go 2 of the red dots, 8 of the blue dots. And you do this over and over, and you get a map that would send 4 Democrats, 10 Republicans to the U.S. Congress. Again, 6 and 4. 6 and 4. 6 and 4. And again, you can do it over and over, and the outcome will be the same. If you have the ability to do it, you can predetermine the outcomes. Next chart. And again, you can see it right here. This is what it looks like, 4 to 10. And this last one here could have gone either way. And so how does that work? What does that look like when you draw a map a certain way? From what we've seen here, this is what North Carolina looks like in the congressional elections that just happened. You see 10 safe Republican seats outside of this middle competitive zone that I want to talk about. 3 Democratic seats accomplished through packing as many Democrats as possible into 3 congressional districts. And then another one that was a 50-50 seat. This is Don Davis. It's a district that Donald Trump won, we believe. You know, the votes are still being finalized. This is a 50-50 seat. Could have gone either way. This allows 71% of the seats for Republicans. Could have been 79% if Don Davis hadn't won by just a little bit. But when you put a district, Madam Speaker, outside of this middle competitive range, we kind of call it the 45 to 55% range, but to be even more precise, we have 46.5 to 53.5%. That's the range of districts where anybody has a decent chance of flipping a seat from red to blue or from blue to red. When you draw it outside of this range, outside of 55%, the chances are minuscule. You're looking at less than 1% that any of these seats could ever flip, maybe in a tsunami year, maybe with a candidate that does something absolutely horrific. But when you draw a map and you put it in this area, you know that it's virtually impossible to flip. And again, here you see 3 Democratic seats. Incredibly safe. They put as many Democrats as possible. This is the place right here, Madam Speaker, where we need to have many, many more congressional districts. I sent a survey to all of my constituents to ask how they felt about gerrymandering. I got over 1,300 answers. Here are some of the quotes from my constituents, and here's what they said. Quote unquote, "I feel like my vote doesn't count the way both sides use the maps." Another constituent said, "I haven't moved in 20 years, but have been in 3 or 4 different congressional districts." Another constituent said, "It's hard to have a relationship when they keep changing because the district keeps being changed." Another constituent said, "Since moving to North Carolina in 2015, I believe we have been in at least 3 different congressional districts. It has become frustrating and confusing." Another constituent said, I don't feel like I'm accurately represented. Another said, having my district number change is confusing. Another said, makes me feel distrustful of my representatives. Another said, not sure what's going on, we need transparency. Another said it decreases trust that representatives have citizens as their top priority. Another said it adds to the dirty politics stereotype. And another said political races have become very non-competitive. Certainly have if you're outside of that range. Another said once elected, they only care what their party wants. And lastly, another said, it makes me feel like my vote doesn't matter and reduces a desire to engage with elected officials since I don't feel like my representatives truly represent me. They used words including distrust, confusion, unrepresentative, and extreme over and over and over as you see the word cloud of the responses from my constituents who wrote in about their thoughts on this. Now, I think it's important as we're talking about North Carolina to explain where we are as a state. In order to change our Constitution to require fair maps, there's no way that, that citizens can put something on the ballot. The only way to get something on the ballot is to have 60% of the State House and the State Senate agree to put an initiative on the ballot. And when you have partisan gerrymandering, extreme partisan gerrymandering, gerrymandering legislative districts as well as congressional districts, it's virtually impossible to ever allow Democrats to get to 60% under these partisan gerrymandered maps. So we can't put anything on the ballot. The only choice we have is the Supreme Court. We have Democrats in North Carolina have shown repeatedly they're willing to draw fair maps, to push for the fact that our state constitution says we should have free and fair elections. Right now, it's 2 Democrats to 5 Republicans on the North Carolina Supreme Court. We just elected Justice Allison Riggs by just a few hundred votes recently, but she won. In the next election, we'll have one seat on the ballot. The next election after that, there will be 3 seats on the ballot. If Democrats win 3 out of 4 elections for Supreme Court over the next 2 election cycles, we might be able to see fair maps in 2030, but we need action in Congress. Congress can do this immediately. Simple majority in the House, simple majority in the Senate, signed by the President. We can get the Fair Maps Act entered into law to make sure that we have nonpartisan independent redistricting in every state in the country with all states playing by the same rules. We don't have to worry about the North Carolina Supreme Court. We don't have to worry about the U.S. Supreme Court if we just do the job that voters sent us here to do. The majority of voters across the country support nonpartisan independent redistricting. If we put it to a ballot initiative in the U.S. to the entire country, the vast majority would support nonpartisan independent redistricting. You do in every state, we see it on the ballot, it succeeds, and you get fair maps. Now, and also, one thing I'm pointing out about North Carolina, the governor of our state doesn't have the ability to veto legislative maps. They took that power away. We have one of the weaker governors in the country. And right now in North Carolina, we see legislative Republicans trying to weaken Governor-elect Josh Stein even more as they pass legislation to take away his powers. Unfortunately, the governor can't veto legislative maps, congressional maps, so we need action in Congress. The U.S. Congress can fix partisan gerrymandering in North Carolina and in every state in the country. And that's what my bill, the Fair Maps Act, does. Let's put up the second map. The Fair Maps Act would help to make independent redistricting commissions a reality in every state. Madam Speaker, that is every state playing by the same rules. Specifically, I want to mention Texas. I want to mention Florida. I want to mention Ohio. I want to mention Tennessee. I want to mention North Carolina. These are states where we see extreme partisan gerrymanders. The number of truly competitive districts and responsive members of, responsive districts in Congress is declining. It leads to more polarization and less willingness to work across the aisle and to do what's right for our nation. It's why we are on track to be the least productive Congress in our nation's history. There's no incentive to work across the aisle. As I stand here, it is so incredibly easy to reach across the aisle. It's not a large space. You can put your hand across and shake hands and actually do the right thing for folks. So what does that mean? What would the Fair Maps Act do for North Carolina? What would it do for the country? So we analyzed this, and we looked at the numbers, and right now, anybody will say we have less than 40 seats out of 435 seats in the U.S. House of Representatives that are competitive. The other seats, the other 90% of the seats, guaranteed to go to whoever wins the Democratic primary or the Republican primary, almost without exception. So we took this issue to the experts at Duke University, and we said, all right, if my bill, the Fair Maps Act, were to become law, what would that do? What would that do for this chamber? What would it do for the people who serve here in Congress? Less than 40 right now. They said if the Fair Maps Act were law in every state, including Texas and Illinois and Tennessee and Florida and Texas, had to draw fair maps, we'd double the number of competitive seats. We'd go from 40 to 80, where the voters are the ones picking their representatives, where more members of Congress will be forced to do the right thing by working across the aisle to get things done. And now, Madam Speaker, there are many amazing members here who do what's right. They love their country, whether they're Democrats or Republicans in safe districts. But they're not incentivized to do it. And the voters, they don't like a member's position on ending gun violence. They really don't have a way to make their voice heard because the districts are overwhelmingly Democrat, overwhelmingly Republican. It's a big deal. My bill, the Fair Maps Act, would double the number of competitive seats in the U.S. Congress. And again, we see constituents all over the country who are gerrymandered, finding they have new members every election, and they don't know who represents them. In the last election, again, we saw what happened in North Carolina. 4 Democrats, 10 Republicans. But when we take politicians out of the process completely, we have better results. We have more fair elections. We have competition to get here. And it's been tried, and it's worked successfully in other states. We see great examples in Arizona and Colorado, where independent, nonpartisan redistricting commissions have been able to draw fair maps. And you have responsive districts that change with the will of the people. The voters are the ones who should be deciding who serves in this body, not partisan Democrats or partisan Republicans trying to add an abnormal number of members to these states. So we need more legislative action. We need to make it easier, not harder, for eligible voters to make their voice heard. In Congress, there's a lot we can do to make it easier for people to vote and to participate in our democracy. I helped introduce the North Carolina Redistricting, Transparency, and Accountability Act, a bill that would establish transparency and accountability requirements for congressional redistricting processes. And I'm proud to support the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Freedom to Vote Act, which would end partisan gerrymandering, expand voting by mail, protect early voting, help get big money out of our elections, combat dark money, support election integrity, and make additional reforms to improve ballot access. And as I stand here, I'm again brought to the very simple conclusion here. We are on track to be the least productive Congress in our nation's history because there's no incentive for Democrats and Republicans to work together because there are so few competitive districts. Ending partisan gerrymandering would do so much to change this body. Again, 90% of the members here are in safe seats. All they're focused on is winning their Democratic primary or their Republican primary. Statistically guaranteed. If you're going to bet money on it, it's a great bet that if you're in a safe Democratic seat, safe Republican seat, you're going to be able to win. And hyperpartisanship has been fueled by gerrymandering. It creates a legislative body that struggles to address even the most pressing issues facing Americans. In this Congress, we have only been able to do must-pass bills. Debt ceiling, continuing resolutions. We passed one budget. We were able to stand with our allies in Ukraine and Israel and Taiwan. But that's pretty much it. I was proud of some of the work that we've done. I worked on Fit 21, one of the biggest non-must-pass bills we passed to finally provide a regulatory structure for digital assets. I organized 71 Democrats to vote with my Republican colleagues. That was one example of working across the aisle to get something done, but there have been so few examples of that in this Congress. So few real accomplishments because of partisan gerrymandering and because of a Republican majority that's unable to get their act together, to do the work that they need to do. Again, we've seen chaos and confusion in this body, and it's been fueled by partisan gerrymandering. And it's contributing directly to the dysfunction by creating these safe seats where politicians are only focused on their primary elections and not the general election. It's increasingly filled with members here who are more beholden to party leaders than to the diverse needs of their constituents and their communities. And Congress is failing to deliver because it's no longer designed to reflect the will of the people. It's designed to protect incumbents and perpetuate partisanship. If we want Congress to actually get things done, we need to fix this broken system. The Fair Maps Act is one way to start. By implementing independent, nonpartisan redistricting commissions, we can bring fairness and competition back to our elections so that the best ideas win at the ballot box. The best people serve in the U.S. Congress. We'll send more responsive members to Congress to do what they're supposed to do, to work for the American people. And Madam Speaker, we are doing our best to understand how partisan gerrymandering has affected this election. But one statistic that I think is incredibly important is the number of split districts in the U.S. Congress. So what is a split district? A split district is a district that elects a member of Congress of one party and a president of the other party. So you look over the course of our history here in the United States, split districts used to be very common. We'd have voters picking Democrats and Republicans for different offices up and down the ballot. But that middle, those folks in the center have continued to decline, in part because of partisan gerrymandering and the extremism it's brought to the U.S. Congress. So in 1984, there were 190 members of this body who came to Washington in districts that elected a president of one party and a member of Congress of the other. So in this election, it's members who vote in districts that voted for Kamala Harris for president and a Republican for the House, or districts that voted for a Democrat for Congress and Donald Trump for president. So 1984, 190 split districts. 2004, 20 years later, we're down to just 58 split ticket districts in the U.S. House of Representatives. My election, 2022, just 23 members of Congress from split ticket districts. 17 Republicans, 6 Democrats. That's what we have in the 118th Congress. Now, with this last election, we are down to what looks to be, and again, votes are still being counted, looks to be just 13 members of the U.S. House of Representatives from split ticket districts. I know for sure that's Don Bacon and Brian Fitzpatrick. From Don Bacon and Fitzpatrick, those are two districts where voters sent a Republican to Congress, but Kamala Harris as their choice for the White House, and then Democratic districts where the rest, including members like Jared Golden, Marie Glausenkamp-Perez, Tom Suozzi, Don Davis, and others. But just 13. 190 40 years ago, down to 13 now. So you know, if you draw a congressional district that Kamala Harris won or that Donald Trump won, you can be almost certain that they are going to send a Democrat or a Republican to the U.S. House of Representatives. That's why gerrymandering is wrong. That's why we have to fix it. The time for action is now. This is the most pressing need of this Congress. And as I close out my time, I want to leave this body with this incredibly important thought. You heard it from Leader Hakeem Jeffries. We are very likely to see a Congress decided by North Carolina partisan gerrymandering, a mid-census, mid-decade redraw of our maps. This wasn't the 10-year draw. This was something that partisan Republicans in our legislature did, sending 10 Republicans, 4 Democrats, a net gain of 3 for Republicans, and those 3 seats were not even close. That's going to be this. Gerrymandering will very likely decide control of the next U.S. House of Representatives, 220 to 215. That's what it looks like. And those 3 seats in North Carolina were very likely the difference. Thanks again for taking the time to be here on this incredibly important discussion. Now, while my name won't be on the ballot and wasn't on the ballot this year, I'm not giving up or going out quietly in the fight for fair maps or an end to partisan gerrymandering. Firmly believe that voters should choose their politicians. Politicians should not choose their voters. And right now, democracy is on the line, and North Carolina and all the other states in this country are worth fighting for to get this right, to end partisan gerrymandering. We've got a bill to do that, the Fair Maps Act, which I've talked about at length. And it just takes a majority of the House, a majority in the Senate, and we'd have districts that allow folks to have a real choice at the ballot box in November. I'm going to continue to fight with every ounce of my energy for fair maps, an end to partisan gerrymandering, and to protect the right to vote for every single North Carolinian. This is the biggest issue for this Congress. It's one that we need to address. And it would bring balance to the House. It would allow for more bipartisan legislation. It would require folks to know that if you don't work across the aisle, if you don't reach your hand across that aisle to the opposing party, the voters are going to send you home because it's a district that could go either way. That's what we need more of. That's what my bill would do. And that's why I'm going to continue pushing to end partisan gerrymandering so we don't have states that look like North Carolina. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair would ask members to observe proper decorum in the use of exhibits in debate. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader. Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
I'd like to lead off by giving 10 to 15 minutes for my good friend from Kentucky, Congressman Hal Rogers.
First off, I want to thank the gentleman for yielding me this time. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Neil Middleton for his distinguished and award-winning career in journalism as a longtime trusted news broadcaster and vice president of WYMT-TV, a CBS affiliate in Hazard, Kentucky. Broadcasting from the heart of Kentucky's Appalachian region, the station's call letters stand for We're Your Mountain Television, WYMT. It's much more than an acronym. It's the station's mission. WYMT-TV has become synonymous with the very region it serves to serve, thanks in large part to the leadership and journalistic integrity of Neil Middleton and those who blazed a trail for news coverage and weather alerts in one of the most rural areas of the United States. In an expansive region separated by mountainous terrain, national media outlets have only made their way to Appalachia after major disasters, while others have blistered our communities by dredging up negative stereotypes that have misrepresented our beloved hometowns that are filled with hardworking, innovative, and extremely talented people. As both well-known and unknown reporters from around the country have breezed in and out of our region for 15 seconds of fame, it's YMT that has earned the trust of Southern and Eastern Kentuckians since the station first signed on the air in 1985. They've not only provided life-saving weather alerts during catastrophic floods and tornadoes, but they've also followed their news coverage with fundraising telethons using the power of the airwaves to collect vital donations to help our communities recover in the wake of disaster. WYMT has also built a reputation for holding local, state, and federal leaders accountable in the public eye, while not only providing critical news to the region in every newscast, but also celebrating our victories in regional development and success. Thanks to their central location in the region, Mountain student athletes have had an exclusive highlight reel on the station's Sports Overtime program, swelling up pride through every rural county for student athletes who get little notoriety elsewhere. In fact, that's where Neil Middleton started his broadcast television news career in 1987, driving across the mountains from Harlan County every day to cover news and sports in southeastern Kentucky for WYMT and WKYT TV in Lexington. Starting out as a radio DJ in high school, Neil worked his way up the ranks as a broadcaster, eventually taking over the helm of WYMT as vice president and general manager. Under his leadership, WYMT achieved a record-breaking growth in advertising sales, expanded newscasts, sports and weather, developed new digital media assets, and earned countless accolades, including regional Emmy awards. The Associated Press has also recognized Neil's personal excellence in journalism with numerous awards throughout his career. His same passion and work for the region has also been recognized by the Kentucky National Guard, local chambers of commerce, and many others. Over the last 4 decades, Neil's passion to serve Kentucky's Appalachian region has reached far beyond the news desk. He has served as a board member for several organizations in the region, including the Center for Rural Development, One East Kentucky, Alice Lloyd College, Eastern Kentucky Pride, East Kentucky Leadership Foundation, the Challenger Learning Center of Kentucky, and the Kentucky Associated Press, among others. As Neil closes the chapter of his career at WYMT, I want to express my deepest gratitude for his unwavering commitment and loyalty to Kentucky's Appalachian region. With every breath, he has advocated for growth and development in the mountains, understanding the value of every investment here, and likewise, the pain of every opportunity sent away from Central Appalachia. It's been an honor to work in tandem with Neil on many projects, including a hard-fought battle to add WYMT to satellite broadcasts in select areas to ensure local people have access to news and weather alerts close to home. Neil should take great pride in his efforts to make southern and eastern Kentucky a better place to live. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Well, it's been almost 2 months since Congress was back on the floor, and certainly a lot of things have taken place back home, things in the news that are a little bit shocking and ought to be commented on. The first thing I'd like to point out, and we saw this again in the first week back, a prominent member of this Congress spoke about the need to protect democracy. Again and again, people from both sides of the aisle, but disproportionately from the Democrat side of the aisle talk about the necessity of protecting democracy and refer to our country as a democracy. The first time I remember hearing this was I was at Marquette University, one of the largest universities in the state of Wisconsin, and a professor of government or history or something like that referred to our country as a democracy. They might want to ponder that when they talk about or when we recite the Pledge of Allegiance every day, we talk about a republic, the republic for which it stands. We don't talk about the democracy for which it stands. And people might want to wonder why politicians like to refer to our form of government as democracy, but in the Pledge of Allegiance, we refer to it as a republic. At the time our Constitution was drafted, Ben Franklin talked about giving us a republic if we can keep it. In other words, he didn't say a democracy if we can keep it. He said a republic if we can keep it. You might wonder whether our forefathers ever mentioned democracy, and of course they did. In Federalist Number 10, James Madison wrote that pure democracies, where spectacles of turbulence and contention have ever been found incompatible with personal security or the rights of property, and have in general been short in their lives, as they have been violent in their deaths. So in other words, James Madison did talk about democracy, and he talked about it negatively. Why do politicians like to not talk about our country being a republic and prefer to talk about it as a democracy or representative democracy? It's because in democracy, the government is determined by the people collectively, or the majority of the people. In a republic, we turn to our Constitution. There may at any given time be a majority of people in this body or a majority of people in this country who don't like a given religion or want to feel we can confiscate people's property, or because there's been a shooting on the news the night before, they want to ignore the Second Amendment, and therefore they like to believe, or they may not like certain religions, and they might want to suppress that religion. They might not like certain ideas, and they want to say, I was elected here, so I can suppress those ideas. There are two examples I'd like to leave this body of, or like to share with this body. There was a bill called the McCain-Feingold bill that was passed by two popular congressmen around the year 2000. And they wanted to restrict what people could say or how much time people could buy in an election. In other words, they wanted to restrict the freedom of speech. And I'm sure both politicians at that time felt we are very popular. We've been elected several times. We have the right to trample on somebody's free speech. And I certainly in election season would like there to be less, or would prefer there be less advertisements, less mailing going on. But the Supreme Court at the time had to lecture, and their McCain-Feingold bill passed. They had to lecture, in essence, Senator Feingold and Senator McCain, that we do not live in a democracy. We don't care whether you got 60 or 65% of the vote in your district. You do not have the right to say certain people cannot buy time on television or send out mailings. Another example, there was a time, I think very highly of the man, a very popular governor in the state of Wisconsin who wanted to say, if you have property along a state highway, we can restrict what you can do on that property, because someday we might want to buy that property when this highway goes from a 2 to a 4-lane highway, and therefore we're going to make your front 50 feet or 60 feet along the highway less valuable, because after all, we represent the government. We've been elected overwhelmingly, the implication being this is a democracy, and we can take your property from you. And again, the state Supreme Court had to say, hey, wait a minute, we don't have a democracy here, we have a republic, we don't care how popular you are, you cannot interfere with what people can do with their land along a highway. another example in which politicians wished we had a democracy or a representative democracy so they could tell you what you can do with your property. But in fact, our Constitution stood tall and said, hey, wait a minute, we don't care how you were elected, how many people voted for you, we will not allow you to take people's property. And I believe that's why politicians like to talk about democracy. They like to believe because they got 70% or 51% around here, they can determine what you can and cannot say. So let us all try, as we continue throughout this biennium, to no longer refer to our form of government as a democracy. Let's refer to it what James Madison or Ben Franklin would have liked to have us refer to it as. What they gave us was a republic under our wonderful great Constitution, and even though our Constitution prevents people or allows people to say some things we might disagree with, even though our Constitution allows us to quote our wonderful Holy Bible, even though our Constitution prevents people, the government, from taking people's property without Constitution, even though our Constitution allows the carrying or owning of firearms when a lot of people around here don't think we should have the right to carry those firearms, let us stand with our republic and bravely, just like when we say the Pledge of Allegiance, bravely describe our country as a republic, not a democracy, which, again, James Madison, democracies are spectacles of turbulence and contention, have been found incompatible with personal security or the rights of property, and have generally been short in their lives. Now, I think during the month and a half or whatever it was, we were not in Washington, a couple of prominent Americans took aim at our Constitution, and I'm saying particular, they didn't like the First Amendment. They didn't like that people were out there saying things that they disagreed with. And these former politicians both almost became the President of the United States, which shows how precarious our hold on our great republic is. I'm talking in part of Hillary Clinton, former First Lady, but even worse, former Secretary of State who almost became President of the United States. She talked about social media companies and saying they must moderate content on their platforms or we lose total control. In other words, Hillary Clinton felt that the government should control our lives, and they didn't like social media companies allowing things to seep out into the Zeitgeist, and maybe those things were hostile to what Hillary felt. Kind of hard to believe she almost became president, but she should always be remembered as someone who felt the First Amendment caused the government to lose control. Another person, while we were out on recess, John Kerry, another man who almost became President of the United States, called the First Amendment a major block in combating misinformation and fighting climate control. Now, of course, there's a disagreement with regard to climate change, where it comes from, if it's happening. But John Kerry felt the way to deal with this issue was apparently to deal with the First Amendment. And what he was doing here was he was talking to the World Economic Forum in a panel on green energy. So John Kerry was not only trying to trample on the First Amendment rights of Americans, he wanted this idea to spread without the world. Can you imagine if he had ever become President of the United States, a man who called the First Amendment a major block? My goodness. But this is what's going on, and the American public has to wake up. During this time, there was also a letter made public by Mark Zuckerberg, one of the wealthiest men in America. You would think the wealthiest people in America, above all, would have the freedom to exercise their First Amendment rights, but apparently no. It came out the Biden administration weighed in with Mark Zuckerberg, and they didn't like it that people out there had different opinions about COVID and how to address it and what was appropriate. And the Biden administration apparently contacted Mark Zuckerberg and his group, saying that maybe there were things that the American public shouldn't know. In other words, rather than having a free exchange ideas on the value of the vaccine or the value of social distancing or whatever, we shouldn't have open exchange of ideas. It would be better if we didn't have that pesky First Amendment. It would be better if the people who know best, Anthony Fauci or Pfizer, say, that we should just defer to them, because we all know how important Pfizer is, and they certainly give a lot of campaign contributions, which we politicians like, and therefore we should weigh in on the social media platforms and say there's some things that are inconvenient to the country. So I hope when we return, we do something to put a little more energy in that First Amendment, and above all, educate the American public that there are politicians out there like Hillary Clinton or John Kerry or apparently Joe Biden who view the First Amendment as an obstacle in their expansion of government. And I think this is to a certain extent be commented on, but not commented on enough, because too many important people, and here we're talking about one president and two almost presidents, wanted to end people's First Amendment rights. Now, the First Amendment is only one of the things that make America so great. Another one is our I think things referred to by Nikita Khrushchev and other communists who at the time wanted governments the exact opposite of what we have. We have a free country based on a republic in our Constitution, the Soviet, and based on or anticipated to be a country for a moral and religious people. Under communism, we had a country aiming for atheism and a totalitarianism in which a government elite decides who we can work for and what goods are to be produced, and the degree to which we penalize people who say things that are not appropriately in line with what the government wants. In any event, Nikita Khrushchev in the 50s and early 60s, at the time the Soviet Union was kind of the center of communism, promised to someday take over the United States. And they'd take over the United States without firing a shot. Now, we spend a great deal around here on munitions, on submarines, on tanks, on airplanes, but it was interesting that at one time, the communists, and I think Nikita Khrushchev was speaking for the communists, felt we would take over this country without firing a shot. What evidence is there that they are trying to weaken our country? I think in addition to the fact that we want to chip away at the First Amendment, I think there is hostility to families, old-fashioned nuclear families going on in this country. And how are we trying to chip away at the families? Because after all, people like Karl Marx did not like the family. One way to look at it is there are currently over 90 programs in the United States in which the benefits of those programs depend on something referred to as percent of poverty. And a percent of poverty calculation penalizes two-parent families, or at least it penalizes two-parent families if at least one of them is working a full-time job. In other words, it encourages one-parent families. There was a time in this country not too long ago, I and probably most of the people in this institution were around in 1965, in which only 5% of the children born in this country were born to families that did not have both a mother and father at home. After building up over time over 90 programs in which it was difficult for this family to form, or easier, you get more money right away, to have a family in which only one parent was there. We've worked our way up to a situation in which over 40% of the families, the child is born without both parents at home. And normally this means it's a fatherless family. So in other words, the government, which is supposed to treat everybody equally, if you have a scale out there, is overwhelmingly trying to create an America in which the old-fashioned family is becoming more obsolete. I should point out that this has gone, like I said, from 5% to 40%. Programs that you are eligible for are things like SNAP or the food stamp program, the low-income housing program, the earned income tax program, the Medicaid health care program, things like the Pell Grant program, the TANF program, cash assistance, SSI disability program for the children, all are inducements not to form an old-fashioned family. And every biennium, last time Joe Biden's final budget request, usually puts new programs on the heap or adds money to old programs to make the gap between somebody who decides to have both parents in a house compared to somebody who only has one family in the house. One person who's wrote very eloquently on this, hasn't been listened to as much as he should. Robert Rector is one, but one is George Gilder, who wrote a bestseller in 1980. And I know there was anticipation that Ronald Reagan would act on this book. He was not able to act on it. My guess is primarily because the Republican House was always in the minority at that time. But George Gilder used to look at what normally are referred to as slums or low-income areas of a city. He focused on Albany, New York, and he followed around a young couple where the young lady was pregnant, and to his surprise, it was not cause of concern like it has been throughout all of history when a young gal gets pregnant and is not married. It was a cause for celebration, as the gleeful new couple went around from the low-income housing people to the food stamp people to the Medicaid people and signed up for all sorts of benefits. At the time, they had something called AFDC cash payments, and it was a cause for celebration because now the young lady would not have to live with her parents anymore. She was getting her own place, and I'm sure the people who devised these programs were primarily a money-oriented group, and they felt that this new program would be more likely to have the young lady live on her own without having to live with her mother or with her parents. So they felt they were doing something good. I think over time, given the hostility of Karl Marx, given the hostility to the radicals even in the 60s and 70s, there were people who knew exactly what they were doing as they destroyed the nuclear family in parts of America. In any event, this is something we've got to look at. When you combine federal programs with state programs, which frequently team up with federal programs, you can have situations in which there are $20,000, $30,000, $35,000 penalties for people who decide to get married rather than have people live with a single mother. And it's not like single mothers cannot be very good parents. It is not hard to find people who've been raised in single-parent families who are wonderful children. On the other hand, it is tougher. Statistics would show that it's tougher. And in America, where we try to keep everybody equal, we should not continue to have programs which kind of push more and more people into that single-family situation. George Gilder also made George Gilder, I saw him weighing in on a topic just the other day, but like I said, he wrote a great bestseller called Wealth and Poverty in 1980, and he is still around, and he made the case that not only is this bad for the children, but it's bad for the men, because you create swaths of society in which men have no purpose, because traditionally the purpose in an old-fashioned nuclear family is to be the breadwinner. Here we have a situation in which he's not going to be able to make enough money, in many cases, to match the government. And as the result, we have a situation in which the mother marries the government rather than the husband, and in the long run, it hurts the husband as well. I hope that this Congress, with such high hopes, works to take away this marriage penalty. Regardless of what Karl Marx would have said, regardless of what certain radical groups would say, we do not want to penalize the father for becoming part of that household. And we know these people are still around. I mentioned again Black Lives Matter, a group which many people in this institution were not afraid to stand with, coming out against the traditional nuclear family, didn't cause people to run away from that group. There are other quotes of radicals, Angela Davis, that crowd, over the last 50 years, which again, hostile to the nuclear family, making fun of the nuclear family, preference of single parenthood. I hope this Congress begins to chip away at that ideal. And we do not want to any longer have people penalized for going down, for getting married and try to form a traditional family. Indeed, we ought to be encouraging that. The next didn't work out as well as people wanted, but the next attack on freedoms that I think our forefathers would not have seen is congressional programs or programs created by Congress or the executive branch trying to treat people differently by sex or race. These are sometimes referred to as affirmative action program, but there are many other ways to refer to the programs. The idea being that the government ought to aim programs at certain subgroups of society, that we have to weigh in to have a disproportionate number of women in a program compared to the women who want to be the program, a disproportionate number by ancestry, be it Asian American, be it African American, be it so-called Hispanic American, be it Pacific Islander, be it North African. The government should be favoring people by the group that they are from. This is another thing our forefathers would have been opposed to. They wanted to treat all Americans equally. They did not want the government to have our elections become a contest between ethnic groups. They did not want our government programs to be a contest between men and women, as the government weighs in, as they do today, on who owns companies who get government contracts. If you get a government contract, the government wants to know which ethnic group you are, and of course you self-identify, so you could be, because you're 1/4 Hispanic or 1/4 Native American, you should get preferences to a program. Of course, they don't care here on amount of wealth, so you can have a situation in which, say, an Asian American worth tens of millions of dollars gets preference on a government contract compared to a poor person of European descent, poor guy. And the problem is not just the preferences, which are unfair in its own right. It does result, soon we're going to have a bill around here, a lot more government largesse to take care of the problems caused by the hurricanes. It not just results in additional cost, maybe quality, but certainly cost, depending upon who gets the project, but it creates animosity, okay? It creates America in which people say, not, I want to have the best person for this program. Every government program, every government hiring decision becomes a contest between men and women, or a contest between Hispanic or Asian, or what have you. It's kind of a ridiculous contest because America is so non-racist in the first place, but that is what we have going on in the program. We ought to save some money by getting rid of these bureaucrats, and we ought to realize that the purpose of these programs is to divide America. there's a book out. I don't know that it's okay here to use a picture of a book here, but it's called America's Cultural Revolution by Christopher Rufo. And in this book, he points out that this idea of breaking apart America by racial groups would be a way to destroy America. There was a communist by the name of Marcuse, Herbert Marcuse, who was very powerful in the late 60s and early 70s. And at that time, the communist element, the progressive element, as always, wanted to fundamentally change America. And they were hoping to change America by dividing America by wealth. And they wanted Americans to be bitter and angry because some people lived in a nice house or had a big bank account, and they felt they could rile people up and make them mad and bring out their worst emotions and create a revolution in America. They failed. In the late 60s and early 70s, there were a lot of bombings, there were a lot of riots, but America was still a country at heart that was proud to be American. They realized anybody in America could realize the American dream if they were willing to work hard, and the progressives failed in the late 60s and early 70s to divide America by bitterness, by economic divide. So as a fallback position, they felt, well, maybe we can divide America by race. Maybe we can create bitterness and anger if we persuade people America is a horrible racist country. And that's what they talk about in America's Cultural Revolution, the desire of destroying America because we want most Americans bitter and angry and thinking that we have a racist country. We have to get rid of the people who are pushing this division. Whether they are in American business and academia and government, a lot of times they're referred to as DEI specialists. And the purposes of these people is to divide America and tell people America's a horrible racist country. It's on the face, by the way, absurd if somebody else was in the room. I mean, the wealthiest subgroup in America today are Indian Americans. They do not look European in nature. Many of them come here not knowing how to speak English. Most of them who come here are not Christian. If the people were right that America was a horrible racist country that discriminated against people, these people would not be able to rise to the level they have. If you look at the other wealthiest Americans, almost none of them are of white European descent. Chinese Americans, Filipino Americans, Japanese Americans, Cuban Americans, second-generation African Americans, all outperform Native Americans. Nevertheless, this evil group of DEI people who administer these programs use their positions to try to create resentment in America. It should be a goal to cause Herbert Marcuse's predecessors, successors, cause them to fail. We ought to do all we can to get rid of these DEI specialists who encourage hate, encourage racism, encourage resentment, spread a myth that we have a big white supremacist problem in this country. There is no way when we get done with the next level of appropriation bills, this government, which is broke out of its mind, ought to still have any bureaucrats who make this pitch throughout America. So in any event, and of course during the campaign, you will notice, and some Republicans fall guilty of this as well, there are campaign promises aimed at individual ethnic groups rather than treating all Americans as one. This is not something we had to do 20 or 30 years ago. It is obvious that Herbert Marcuse, communist or radical socialist, has achieved his goal in that at least one political party plans to maintain power by putting programs out there that benefit one ethnic group over another ethnic group, or promises financial benefits if you belong to one group over another group. And fortunately, so far, they haven't had a huge amount of success, but if you talk around, they have made some progress in persuading some people that we have a huge problem in society. In any event, certain immediate goal for this institution is to get rid of anybody preaching that DEI nonsense, certainly anybody whose position in our government is to encourage their horrible philosophy. So in any event, there are some comments on what is going on in America. Just to summarize again, I think we have to provide a little bit more oomph behind our First Amendment so that people like Hillary Clinton or John Kerry or Joseph Biden are kind of pushed to the dustbin of history if they decide to attack it or feel that's part of our problem. I think we have to be very careful to not discourage the formation of two-parent families like we have in the last 60 years. I think we have to get rid of a bureaucracy which is growing up, which tries to divide America by ethnic background. Something else that I think has to be done. And we have to educate our young people that we do not have a democracy, that James Madison and our forefathers would be shocked and stunned and disappointed if this land, which they had founded, had twisted itself all around, abandoned our respect for our Constitution, the Republic, and instead was teaching our young ones that we had a democracy, including some of the people with the greatest positions up here. So I'd like to thank the chair for giving me this time, and I'd like to yield.
Gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and still I rise, and I rise proud to be a member of this august body, always honored to have the preeminent privilege of standing here or in the well and making statements, hopefully, that can have an impact on society in a very positive way. And I rise today, Madam Speaker, because I'm concerned about the rights of others. I stand with the rights, for the rights of others, notwithstanding who I am. I'm not Asian, but I stand for the rights of Asians. I'm not Palestinian, but I will stand up for Palestinians. I'm not a Muslim, nor am I a person who is from some country that I may not be aware of. I'll still stand up for their rights. I believe that the rights of persons who are Jewish have to be focused on. We have to stand up for them, especially given what is happening with anti-Semitism today. I'm not a member of the LGBTQ plus community, but I stand up for their rights. And today I'm going to take a stand for those persons who are among the trans community, the transgender community. I am not a member of the LGBTQ plus community, as I've indicated, but I still stand up for the rights of people. Doesn't matter what community you're in, if you are being wronged, someone should stand up to make that wrong right. Today, I want to talk about the bathroom issue, but before going there, let me just share this. I'm a son of the segregated South. I know what invidious discrimination looks like, what it smells like, what it sounds like, what it hurts like. I know because I suffered invidious discrimination. In the segregated South, I was not allowed to go into certain places because of the complexion of my skin. In the segregated South, even if I went into certain places, there were certain areas that I could not go into because of the color of my skin. In the segregated South, there were signs on the doors of the necessary facilities, the toilets, that would indicate that they were for white or they were for colored. And I understood, because my parents made it very clear to me, that you should never go into the area for whites because people would harm me. It was their belief that I would be harmed, in fact, that I might even lose my life for simply going into the wrong toilet. So I learned early in life what invidious discrimination was like. And I had no differences with the people who were going into the whites-only facility. I didn't dislike them. I didn't say bad things about them. I didn't try to hurt them in any way. But they chose to keep me out of a certain facility because of who I was, the color of my skin. Now, this is an interesting phenomenon because, but for the color of my skin, we had the same characteristics. We had the same number of arms and legs and eyes, same characteristics, generally speaking. Our physicality was quite similar, but the color of my skin was something that would not allow me to go into a whites-only necessary facility, a whites-only toilet. That color of skin made all the difference in the world. When I was within the facility, I used it the same way they would. There was no difference in the way I approached the use of it as it relates to the facility. We did it the same way. We went in the same door. We would come out the same door. While there, we would use the facilities in the same way. Nothing different other than the color of my skin that kept me out of a white-only restroom. This is a remarkable circumstance. If you haven't lived it, you don't have the same understanding of how it impacts a person. To know that you are now somehow a second-class citizen, given that you cannot go into the first-class restroom. And by the way, it was the first-class facility because it was always clean. I know I worked in a restaurant where my job was to clean facilities. It was always clean. It always had the fine fixtures. It always had the most room for persons to negotiate their way through the facility. The other restroom for the coloreds was usually one that might have a broken fixture that wouldn't be repaired. It had floors that were not always the same in terms of how they were structured and how they were covered with various types of flooring. They were just different. And that was intentional. There was no desire to improve and have both of them the same. It was separate but equal then, but separate but equal simply meant there's a place for you and there was a place for whites. I mention this, Madam Speaker, because given this circumstance, given the way I have been treated in life, having celebrated my 25th birthday for the third time and now 2 years into my fourth 25th, I cannot, in good conscience, support the segregation of people based upon gender. I cannot support it because I believe that people who are of the transgender have a right to go to the facility that they have now transformed themselves into by virtue of the transformation process that assigns them their gender, their agenda. Their gender. I just believe that I cannot in good conscience decide that I'm going to force them to go to now a facility that does not align with the transformed gender that they now have. I believe that the science is correct. I believe that persons who have this transformation have every right to go into a facility that now aligns with their transformed gender. This is something that I absolutely believe, and because I believe it, it's going to be very difficult for me. In fact, it would be impossible, in my opinion, for me to support a rule or a mandate that would require persons who are of the trans community to go into a facility that they should go into simply because it was the gender at birth that determines the place that you would now use as your necessary facility. Your gender at birth is a wonderful thing. I accept my gender at birth. I am heterosexual. I live that life. But there are some people who are born with a physicality that does not match their mentality. And science has demonstrated that they can be transformed such that their mental belief and definition of themselves can conform to their physical by virtue of having a transformation operation. So I'm all for having people have necessary facilities. I support it, but I do support the notion that we would treat the trans community with the dignity and respect that they deserve simply because they are human beings just like the rest of us. We should not make them second-class citizens. We ought not decide that they can't go into certain facilities that are aligned with the gender that they now have simply because of birth agenda. The birth gender is not necessarily controlling if you within are of a different gender. It just cannot control, and I cannot impose this upon people. So having gone now to segregated facilities myself, I see this as a step backwards. I see this as taking us back to a time when we could segregate people. I don't support any form of segregation. And I understand that there are efforts afoot to resegregate society. Vouchers are a step in that direction. Vouchers can lead to the resegregation of society. It was Milton Friedman, Nobel laureate, who proposed keeping segregation, maintaining segregation after Brown versus the Board of Education in 1954, proposed vouchers for the school systems, to privatize the school systems, to make sure that people attended the school that they chose to based upon race, based upon color. This was proposed by Milton Friedman, the Nobel laureate. And from the moment he proposed it to this moment, there have been efforts to voucherize and privatize the public school system. We see it happening in Louisiana. It's happening in Texas. Our governor went out of his way to defeat persons at the polls who would not support vouchers. And now he is prepared to pass a bill in the State House in Texas, the State Senate in Texas, that he will sign that will allow schools to have private dollars, personal dollars, to go to private schools. Personal dollars going to private schools, fine. But also to take public funds from public schools and take these public dollars and put them into private schools. If you want to pay for a private school, I support that. But if you want your child to go to a public school, I also support having a public school available. If we privatize the school systems, and if we find ourselves with blacks going to certain schools, whites going to other schools, Latinos perhaps in other schools, Asians in other schools, we will find ourselves revisiting a time when I lived through in the segregated South, a time when I was relegated to certain schools because of my color. It won't be said to be because of color, but it can take place because of color and because of finance. Black people, generally speaking, are not as well financed as white people, and as a result, will not be able to afford to send their children to the same schools that whites can send theirs. Some would say that's just going to be class. Well, it's class that ends up being race oriented, because if you can't go in because of your money and you happen to be of a certain color, that is going to lead to the resegregation of society. I refuse to stand by and allow this resegregation to take place without voicing my concerns. I want people to understand that I see these vouchers and I see these bathroom movements as nothing more than steps toward the resegregation of society. And I contend this: there are very few laws that prevent us from having a segregated society. There are many that we can name, but very few. At the very heart of these few would be Brown versus the Board of Education. Brown versus the Board of Education outlawed discrimination in public schools. It was a form of racism that we lived through that was called segregation, but it was racism. And that racism called segregation allowed me, or forced me, to go to one school where there were only people of my color, and allowed whites, forced them to go to schools where there were only people who were of the white complexion. I don't like the term. I'm using the term to communicate. They were forced to use these public schools, and I was forced to public schools where that were segregated. Well, if we allow Brown to be eroded by virtue of using vouchers, we're taking a step back to a time prior to 1954 when the Brown decision was rendered. And if we go back beyond 1954, we will find ourselves slowly chipping away with other aspects of society, such that I may again find myself having to go to a back door. I may find myself having to go to a colored-only restroom. I may find myself having to go to the balcony of the movie, the back of the bus. These are the things that I lived through. And I never believe, now that I have seen the change that has taken place in our country, I do not believe that we can conclude that we can't go back. If you believe that we can't go back, ask women who believe that they should have the right to have choice in their lives as it relates to abortion. Ask them, ask them about what happened to the law that was but 50 years of age. 50 years had passed, and we find ourselves with the Supreme Court overturning the law that allowed women to have the right, found the constitutional right, in fact, to have an abortion. But now this law has been challenged at the Supreme Court level, passed back down to the states to do with as they choose, and many states choose to literally do all that they can to ban abortion in the United States of America. So don't assume that what you have today, you will have tomorrow. If you don't fight for it today, you can lose it tomorrow. And if you don't fight for the rights of others, you can lose your rights. The rights of others are the rights that protect us. All of us are protected because we protect the rights of others, and others will protect our rights. And if we don't protect each other, we can lose precious rights that we have. This is a society that desires to have people sometimes subservient, as has been indicated by virtue of the fact that many people were enslaved. This subserviency is something that still exists in the hearts of many in this society. And this desire to have people succumb to the need for some to have supremacy is something that we have to be alert for. We've got to fight against it. I'm going to stand up against it, which means I have to stand against any mandate that would require a trans person to go to a facility that is aligned with their birth gender as opposed to the gender that they currently have by virtue of having gone through the transformation. I stand with them. I stand for the rights of all people to not suffer invidious discrimination. And if you're going to stand for all people, you've got to stand with the trans community. This is my opinion. Let others do what they may. I have taken my position. I don't know when there will be a vote on it or if ever there will be a vote. The judicious thing they tell me is if there's something that you may never have to vote on, never comment on it. Well, there are some things that are so precious, some things that are so near and dear to the heart that you have to comment on them when you see a mistake about to be made. And I believe it would be a mistake for this House to conclude that trans people cannot go to the necessary facility that aligns with their current sex, their current transformed sex. I believe it would be a mistake for the House to do this. I trust that it will be reconsidered and that it won't happen The Senate has not done it. I pray that they will not, and I pray that the House will not. Again, I stand for the rights of others, people that I'm not born into their lives in the sense that I'm not an Asian, I'm not a Latino, I'm not a Muslim, I'm not Jewish, but I stand for the rights of all of these people. And I also stand for the rights of Palestinians. I never want to leave them out because Palestinian rights are being trampled upon every day now. But for me, standing up for the rights of others is a way of protecting my very own rights. I'm here to do that. I'm here to let the world know that trans people have the same rights to a facility as anybody else when it aligns with the gender that they currently have. I thank you for the time, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I am announcing new legislation that is of great importance to the future of space exploration. My bill will elevate the Office of Commercial Space Transportation as an independent entity within the Department of Transportation. It will remove it from the jurisdiction, the auspices of the FAA, the Federal Aviation Administration. This is actually the way the office was originally set up when it was created in 1984, but in the mid-90s it was folded into the FAA. But that was never a good fit. It isn't really what the FAA was designed to do. And the commercial space industry is a dramatically different enterprise today than it was in the mid-90s, than it even was just a few years ago. This is a common sense reform that in fact has been endorsed by the FAA's own Commercial Space Transportation Advisory Committee, which unanimously recommended removing the Office of Commercial Space Transportation from the FAA, making it its own independent entity that reports directly to the Department of Transportation Secretary. This will remove a layer of bureaucracy that has proven to be very problematic when it comes to innovation in space. And it was underscored very dramatically just last month when the world witnessed the extraordinary scene captured in this photograph, when the launch of Flight 5 for SpaceX's Starship, which is the most powerful rocket ever built, resulted in the booster being returned to the launch site and being caught in this tower without the use of landing legs or anything like that, using the Mechazilla chopstick arms. This booster, by the way, has 33 of what are called Raptor engines. Each one of those 33 engines has twice as much thrust as the engines of a Boeing 747. Truly an awe-inspiring amount of force, and the scale and power of this space vehicle is truly unprecedented. And the feat that was accomplished in Flight 5 was something that folks didn't even think was possible. By the way, I had the chance to go to Flight 6 earlier this week, which was another very successful test for SpaceX, and truly something that was remarkable to witness in person. However, this amazing scene almost didn't happen, or at least didn't happen when it did, because the FAA had tried to hold back the launch. The FAA had come out and said that it was going to depart from the previously announced timeline and was going to delay the launch by months for no good reason at all. I cross-examined the FAA administrator about this myself, and he could provide no good reason, certainly no public safety reason, for delaying the launch. He, in fact, came up with bogus reasons that were quickly debunked as false. Now, thankfully, the FAA did finally come around and allowed the launch to move forward, but if those initial delays had been allowed to stick, then both Flight 5 and Flight 6 wouldn't have happened by now. So this all just goes to underscore that the FAA really should not be involved in these matters. And with my legislation, we will get them out of the picture. The Office of Commercial Space Transportation will be housed as an independent entity within the Department of Transportation. The fact is, it should not be more difficult to get the paperwork approved for a launch than it is to actually build and launch the rocket. And you know, this is worth putting in perspective, because in spite of the fact that we have had a redundant and at times hostile regulatory regime, we have seen incredible progress in the commercial space industry, in particular by SpaceX, which has given the United States a position of dominance when it comes to space. In fact, SpaceX, this one company, accounts for well over 90% of the mass that's launched into orbit around the world. In fact, just in the last 48 hours, SpaceX has had 4 different launches from not just Texas, where Starship was launched, but from Florida and California as well. That is unprecedented, 4 launches in 48 hours. As a point of comparison, the entire continent of Europe has had fewer launches this entire year. So it's truly extraordinary what is being accomplished in spite of regulations and bureaucracies that are attempting to hold us back. And so just imagine what we can accomplish if we actually have our laws and regulations and agencies be on the side of innovation. Just imagine what might be possible. The dominance that the United States currently has in space is of tremendous national asset and is of vital importance in a number of ways. When it comes to national security, of course, as well as when it comes to connectivity, bringing internet to all corners of the globe. I have constituents in Death Valley, which I represent, which use SpaceX's Starlink system. It's also been used by our fire agencies when connectivity is disrupted with wildfires. So they've managed to accomplish all of this in spite of adverse regulations. And if we manage to change that paradigm, if we manage to actually have regulations that are designed to encourage those who are innovating, to make these seemingly impossible feats be brought somewhat closer or more readily within the bounds of possibility, it will not only enhance U.S. dominance in space, it will not only further all of those advantages I just mentioned, but I think it will continue to bring folks together around something that is truly inspiring, around this common purpose, something that's larger than any of us. I think that when we witnessed this epic catch of the Starship booster last month, it was really a singular moment, more than any other moment, perhaps in decades. It has heralded a new era of space exploration with literally infinite possibilities. And so I'm truly excited about this. I think it's something that everyone in our country and all across the world can be excited by. And I'm excited about the new possibilities that will open up when we get this bill passed and signed into law. Madam Speaker, I rise to present some good news from California, which is that crime is once again illegal in my home state. California voters have overwhelmingly passed, with almost 70% of the vote, Proposition 36, an initiative to make crime illegal again. It passed with a higher percentage of the vote than any other initiative on the ballot in California. It passed in each and every one of California's 58 counties, and it wasn't close anywhere. It passed in San Francisco. It passed in LA. It passed everywhere across the state. And this was despite the fact that the leaders of the supermajority legislature were against it. It's despite the fact that Governor Gavin Newsom fought the initiative tooth and nail each and every step of the way. Newsom concocted schemes to try to remove the initiative from the ballot. When that failed, he led the campaign against the initiative. And yet, at the end of the day, California voters overwhelmingly passed it, and Governor Newsom, for his part, decided to insult the voters. He said the initiative was a very lazy response to the state's crime problem. He even said he doesn't recognize the state that he's living in. And that's probably a good thing, because the state that we've been living in is one where crime has effectively been legalized. If you walk into a store in many parts of California, first of all, on your way into the store, you might have to walk through an open-air drug market or a place where drugs are being openly exchanged and used. You might have to step around needles that are on the ground. This might happen on your way to school or in a park or in many other public places. And then you go into a store, let's say it's a CVS, and you just need to get some shampoo or a stick of deodorant. Well, you can't just go and take it off the shelf and pay. It's going to be under lock and key. And you're going to need to go and press a button or summon an attendant to come and unlock the cabinet so you can get your stick of deodorant or you can get your bottle of shampoo. And the reason, of course, they're doing that is because the legal system cannot be relied upon to deter crime, so retailers have had to take matters into their own hands. And if there is a theft incident, which does actually dramatically reduce the margins of retailers and is driving many out of business in California, there's nothing they can do about it. They just have to watch the person walk out the door with stolen merchandise. And then usually they won't even bother to report it to the authorities because they know nothing is going to happen because the laws on the books are not strong enough to make a prosecution worth going through in most places. So that's why I say this initiative was designed to make crime illegal again, because currently in the state, there is no consequence for criminal activity, so crime effectively is legal. But Prop 36, which has been overwhelmingly approved by voters, changes that. First of all, what it does is it restores penalties for those who repeatedly steal merchandise from our stores. Number two is that it restores rehabilitation, mandatory treatment for those who are repeatedly arrested for drug use. And number three is it toughens penalties for fentanyl dealers, with fentanyl poisoning and overdoses continuing to result in such tragic losses in every community throughout California. So our state, Madam Speaker, I am happy to report, is on a path back to sanity. For folks around the country who love California, who have considered it the Golden State, but are dismayed by what has happened in recent years, this is cause for hope. And not only that, but a decision of the U.S. Supreme Court, which I wrote an amicus brief for, has restored the ability of our communities to actually remove homeless encampments from public places, which a previous Ninth Circuit decision blocked them from doing. And we're already seeing some of our streets getting cleaned up. Not only that, we just had a couple of the most reckless district attorneys in the country, including George Gascon in Los Angeles, removed from office. So we truly are on a path back to sanity. I believe it's a new day for California, and I'm very excited about the progress that we're going to continue to make in the months and years ahead. Madam Speaker, I wish to recognize and honor the memory of a good friend of mine, John Heidel, the El Dorado County Supervisor for District 1, who passed away this month on November 2nd. Supervisor Heidel was an outstanding public servant who served those in the El Dorado Hills area for over 40 years, most recently 2 terms on the Board of Supervisors. John was raised in Ceres, California, on the Heidel family ranch, where he performed farm work as well as driving for his family trucking business. John's family had been ranching for generations, and beyond his work for the family growing up, he continued the family farming legacy by serving as the chairman of the board of Heidel Ranch. During his years at Ceres High School, John earned his Eagle Scout rank at the age of 16. I actually used to see him at every Eagle Scout ceremony I went to in the area. He was always there, a proud Eagle himself, and so proud to recognize and honor the young Eagles as they reached that milestone. Also in high school, he met his wife of 52 years, Eileen, who's a retired public school teacher. John studied mechanical engineering at Cal Poly, San Luis Obispo, which launched his career in the aerospace industry. During these years, he conducted impressive work at Aerojet and Northrop Grumman and excelled at multiple roles, including rocket test engineer, rocket design engineer, director of engineering, and chief systems engineer. John was propelled by his personal motto of service before self, to serve his community, guiding his transition to public service. He led his community in various roles. He served on the El Dorado Hills County Water District for 33 years, the El Dorado Hills Area Planning Advisory Committee for 36 years, the El Dorado Hills Community Council for 23 years. The list goes on. The thorough dedication and leadership shown by John is one of the things that's allowed our region to remain an amazing place, to live, to learn, to work, to raise a family. It has been a true privilege to know John, and I'm certain that the impact of his lifelong service before self slogan will be felt by the county for many, many years, for generations to come. During my time in both the State Assembly and in Congress, it's been an honor to work alongside Supervisor Heidel. He truly exemplified what it means to be in public service and worked tirelessly to improve the quality of life for all of his constituents. Therefore, on behalf of California's 3rd Congressional District in the United States House of Representatives, I extend my heartfelt condolences to John's wife, Eileen, their 5 daughters, Catherine, Maureen, Christine, Rachel, and Brittany, and to the many others whose lives John touched in El Dorado County and the neighboring region. John Heidel will be greatly missed, and his legacy will be felt for a long, long time to come. Madam Speaker, I wish to mark and celebrate the 50-year anniversary of Lake Tahoe Community College. In 1974, the formation of the college was approved, with the official opening of their doors taking place on September 18th of the following year. Now, 50 years later, the Lake Tahoe Community College is a true pillar in the community. Ranked among the top 20 best community colleges in the country in 2023, Lake Tahoe Community College is an evolving, dynamic academic institution located in the heart of South Lake Tahoe, California. It's Northern California's highest elevation college, and it's a microcosm of the natural beauty of the nearby national treasure, Lake Tahoe. The college currently serves about 7,500 students annually from the local community, from neighboring jurisdictions, other states, even across the globe. Their academic programs help students earn terminal degrees, prepare them for transfer to 4-year institutions, and ready them for exciting and fulfilling careers. Of particular note is the college's Career and Technical Education program, which provides certifications and training with an avenue directly into an employment in a variety of important local career paths, such as firefighting with CAL FIRE and forestry protection with the U.S. Forest Service. In fact, they've had students who have gotten their certifications and have gone right out immediately to help fight against wildfires, providing an incredibly and very much needed service. The college's dedication to promoting educational opportunities and access to higher learning contributes to a diverse and enthusiastic college environment that inspires scholars through hard work and determination to thrive in their academic and career goals. The professors, administrators, staff, and board of the college are to be highly regarded for their remarkable leadership, contributions to the Tahoe community, and the instrumental support they provide towards the success of their students. I am proud to represent exemplary colleges like Lake Tahoe Community College in Congress. And on behalf of the United States House of Representatives, I'm honored to recognize the college, Lake Tahoe Community College, for more than 5 decades of dedication to academic achievement, empowering individuals, and enriching our community. Madam Speaker, I wish to mark and celebrate the 75-year anniversary of the Death Valley 49ers. For more than 7 decades, this volunteer nonprofit organization has been dedicated to raising public awareness and preserving the history and natural beauty of Death Valley National Park, the nation's largest conserved desert landscape. The Death Valley 49ers had their beginning in 1949, when they produced a historical pageant in Death Valley to highlight the spirit of the California pioneers. Since then, the Death Valley 49ers have sponsored an annual encampment each November to celebrate this pioneer spirit and the highly valued national resource of Death Valley. Through their efforts to both protect the rare desert environment and famed recreational space, this organization has played a pivotal role in educating the public on the history of Death Valley in the settlement of the West. In addition to sponsoring the annual encampment, they are also involved with a variety of projects that support Death Valley and the surrounding community, including hosting art shows and musical events, providing scholarships and educational opportunities for local students, publishing books and other communications about the park, assisting in renovation projects, spearheading monument and state landmark efforts, and maintaining contact with the Timbashoshini tribe. Their devoted efforts have made a lasting impact in the region, and I am am confident that their ongoing contributions will continue to serve the park, visitors, and residents for many generations to come. Therefore, on behalf of the United States House of Representatives, I am honored to recognize the Death Valley 49ers for their 75 years of commitment to the Death Valley National Park and the history within. Madam Speaker, I wish to mark and celebrate the 50-year anniversary of the Roseville Housing Authority. The Roseville Housing Authority started providing rental assistance in 1980 and has since directed more than $132 million in federal funds to those in need who qualify as low-income households for rental assistance. Acting in conjunction with the Department of Housing and Urban Development, the Roseville Housing Authority works as the hands that reach out to the local community to make housing assistance both affordable and accountable. This outreach has expanded as they administer for the City of Rockland in providing both project-based vouchers and housing choice vouchers. Moreover, in the last decade alone, the Roseville Housing Authority ran the Veteran Affairs Supportive Housing Program, which collaborates with the United States Department of Veteran Affairs. I am proud to say that their work of housing veterans is progressing. In 2021, the Roseville Housing Authority leased the first project-based vouchers in Roseville, which provided lease assistance for households directly from homelessness, and nearly 2/3 were issued to veterans. The enduring strength and innovation of the Roseville Housing Authority in creating and implementing new housing opportunities was on full display last year when their landlord incentive program served 140 households and achieved a near perfect 97% lease success rate. These recent successes provide a short glimpse into the Roseville Housing Authority's dedication to assisting with and initiating housing opportunities in the community. Their success is consistent and historic, and they have earned the designation of high performer by the Department of Housing and Urban Development for decades. This distinguished and meritorious status is the highest rating the department can bestow on a public housing agency. The Roseville Housing Authority is and has been among the top public housing authorities in the country. It is a great honor and privilege to represent pioneering and exceptional organizations, such as the Roseville Housing Authority in Congress. Therefore, on behalf of the United States House of Representatives, I am honored to recognize the Roseville Housing Authority for 50 years of providing outstanding contributions to our community. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to recognize retiring Placer County Board Supervisor Jim Holmes, who has served the foothill communities of Placer County, California for nearly 20 years. A native to the city of Auburn with long family roots that extend back 5 generations, Supervisor Holmes attended Placer High School and Sierra College and completed his undergraduate education at Humboldt State University with a Bachelor of Arts degree. He worked for nearly 30 years as a manager and owner of a gas station and repair shop, thus setting the stage for his public service based on lessons learned as a small businessman. Supervisor Holmes is known for being accessible to his constituents, active in the community, and attentive to various sides of an issue before making a decision he believed to be in the best interest of Placer County citizens. By any measure, Supervisor Jim Holmes has established a tradition of public service in Placer County that sets a marker and an expectation. He has served faithfully on a wide variety of community boards, commissions, and committees, including the First Children and Families Commission, Auburn Area Salvation Army Advisory Board, Placer County Consolidated Fire Protection District Board, and the Placer County Transportation Planning Agency, among others. He was also a founding member of the North Auburn Municipal Advisory Council, as well as the Highway 49 Business Association Board. During Supervisor Holmes' tenure, he promoted affordable housing projects and programs, improved traffic and highway safety concerns, invested in fire protection and prevention efforts, supported our local public libraries, preserved the agricultural heritage of the area, and enhanced overall services throughout the county. Supervisor Jim Holmes achieved a wide diversity of accomplishments to improve the quality of life and experiences for residents, businesses, and visitors of Placer County. Some of his particularly noteworthy accomplishments include his contributions towards fully funding the Placer County retirement obligation, bringing Mercy Housing to North Auburn, building the Rockland Public Library, and leading improvements to Highway 49, just to name a few. It is because of the leadership and commitment of people like Supervisor Jim Holmes that Placer County is such a great place to live, work, and recreate. I am confident that the legacy he built and the public service he provided will continue to benefit the county for many years to come. Therefore, on behalf of the United States House of Representatives, I am honored to recognize Supervisor Jim Holmes for the years of dedicated leadership he provided to the people of Placer County, and I wish him all the best in his retirement. Madam Speaker, I wish to recognize the retiring Sacramento County Supervisor for District 4, Sue Frost, for her years of service to the Sacramento area community. Supervisor Frost has served the people of the Sacramento area for more than 3 decades, with a career in elected office that spanned 12 years. Before pursuing her interest in the public sphere, Supervisor Frost held a distinguished career and made exceptional contributions in both healthcare and business. With a strong foundation in nursing and physical education from Pacific Union College, she became a California certified emergency nurse, showcasing her dedication to community health. In the business world, she's excelled as a business owner for 34 years in mortgage lending, consulting, and real estate investments until her retirement in 2014. Her involvement with the Sacramento Association of Realtors has allowed Supervisor Frost to have an impact on the industry with her vast knowledge and unwavering commitment to the community. Transitioning to public service, Supervisor Frost impacted our region through extensive service on various boards and associations, including serving as a vice president of the Birdcage Heights Neighborhood Association, vice president of Roseville's Parkinson's Support Group, and former president of the Citrus Heights Green Team. Elected to the Citrus Heights City Council in 2012, she served as vice mayor in 2014 and mayor in 2015. During this period, she championed fiscal discipline, economic growth, and public safety. As mayor, Supervisor Frost sought regional economic cooperation and supported nonprofit organizations through key initiatives, such as the Regional Leadership Council, the Community Leadership Conference, and the We Support Veterans celebration, which raised over $10,000 for the Helping Veterans Funds. In January 2017, Supervisor Frost was sworn in to represent District 4 on the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. Dedicated to engaging with residents across her district, including Orangevale, Folsom, and surrounding communities, Supervisor Frost prioritized engagement with her constituents by continuing community meetings, which allowed residents to interact directly with her in her office. Furthermore, she showed commitment to supporting county services by working with over 30 departments to foster safe neighborhoods, ensure economic development, advocate for veterans' resources, and protect our quality of life. It is because of the leadership and commitment of people like Supervisor Sue Frost that our communities are such a great place to live, work, and recreate. I am confident that the legacy she built and the public service that she provided in so many ways will continue to benefit the county for many, many years to come. Therefore, on behalf of the United States House of Representatives, I am honored to recognize Supervisor Sue Frost for the dedicated leadership and years of service that she provided to the people of Sacramento County, and I join the Sacramento area and all of her constituents in wishing her the very best in her retirement. Madam Speaker, it is with a heavy heart that I wish to take a moment to honor the memory of Robert Hugh Tanner, known as Bobby, an Inyo County resident and community leader who passed away earlier this year in June. Bobby Tanner was known by others as an inspiration, a role model, a local legend, a man of integrity, a great mule man, and a friend to the Eastern Sierra who contributed greatly to his community. He was born in Inyo County in the city of Bishop in 1959. Bobby was raised working at his family business, the Reds Meadow Resort and Pack Station, where he would lead pack strings into the Sierra Nevada mountains, a way of life that became one of his dearest passions. He graduated from Bishop Union High School in 1978 and went on to earn his degree from Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. Bobby owned and operated his own businesses, Tanner Hay Company and Rock Creek Lodge, and eventually became the owner of his family business, Reds Meadow Resort and Pack Station. As a business and an entrepreneur himself, he maintained a strong commitment to supporting other local small businesses and organizations, contributing to the strength and economic vitality of the region. He loved the outdoors, which was reflected in his enthusiasm for sports, namely skiing and football, skills of which led him to mentoring and coaching youth in the local ski and high school football teams. Bobby placed his heart in the center of the Eastern Sierras and served the community in several capacities. Of particular note were the monumental contributions he and his families made to the famous Bishop Mule Days celebration, a first-rate mule show in classic Eastern Sierra tradition. As a son to one of the founders of Mule Days, Bobby participated in this event since its inception in 1970 when he was just 10 years old, and served for many years as a member and president of the board later in life. He also played a vital role in recreating and operating the famed 20 Mule Team, a special historical attraction iconic to Death Valley. Undoubtedly, Bobby Tanner's many contributions are part of the fabric and fiber of the city of Bishop and surrounding communities, and I am confident that the impact of the remarkable legacy he left will be felt for many generations to come. Therefore, on behalf of California's 3rd Congressional District and the United States House of Representatives, I want to offer my heartfelt condolences to Bobby's mother, Jean, wife, Claudia, son, Bo, sister and brother-in-law, Suzanne and Harvey Bertrand, and the countless others whose lives he touched throughout Inyo County and the Eastern Sierra region. Bobby Tanner will be greatly missed. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Pursuant to Section 3Z of House Resolution 5, the House stands adjourned until 1 p.m. tomorrow.